Okay. Welcome. Dr. Keith Oswald, good to see you. I'd like all of us to introduce ourselves. I'm Caroline Zucker, Chair of the Board, and
Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Bridget Ziegler.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
and staff in the room right now is Craig Maniglia. He's our communications director. And then you have two reporters. No, that's an IT person. Brand new IT person, 1 week here, everybody. Jane, brand new IT person.
Welcome.
All right. So we will have 60 minutes for our board interview this morning. You will have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement, and each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions: operations, business, finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board staff community relations. Each board member is allotted 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions, sometimes 6. The number of questions each gets will depend on the length of your responses, and you will have time at the end for your final thoughts. I will start the meeting by allowing you 5 minutes, allowing you, it sounds terrible, by informing you that you have 5 minutes for any opening comment you would like to give. Go.
Okay. Thank you. And to all the board members, thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be a finalist for the candidacy of the superintendent of Sarasota County Schools. I've had a great day so far on the tour, visiting some amazing facilities. Steve, Patty, Al, and our wonderful bus driver, Jen, have been completely supportive. So a little bit about me. So I started in education, not to date myself, but probably about 27 years ago. And the reason that I chose education is, like many educators, we want to make a difference in kids. So my biological father never learned how to read, and that really bothered me growing up as a kid into my adult world. So that's why I chose special education for my field. And through that, I ended up getting recruited. I'm from upstate New York, Buffalo. So yes, I'm a Buffalo Bills fan. So, and from there, ended up in Palm Beach County for the majority of my career. So from special education teacher, working with special needs kids, a lot of that was inclusion model, really pushing for kids to get the regular core instruction. And that experience and working in different schools, I realized I really wanted to have a greater impact with more students. So that got me into the leadership role. So worked on my master's in educational leadership, an assistant principal, a principal for 5 years at elementary school with Title I, about 95% free reduced lunch, with majority Latinos, about 70%, a lot of first generation students to the United States, and it was the most wonderful experience. It was a brand new school when it was opening at that time. And so I actually was hired in May to open up the school for August as a new principal and hire an entire staff. So quickly had to put together. That first year, if back then schools didn't have a school grade, it would have been an F school at that time. So after the first year was a D, but then we quickly took that to a B and an A school. From there, careful what you wish for, so I wanted to try something new and apply for a position in the New York City Board of Ed. It was at the time when Mayor Bloomberg, when he was mayor, he'd taken over the school system, a lot of reform that was happening, and was offered a position to supervise schools in the Bronx. So that was just a phenomenal experience of real innovation that was occurring at that time, great principals, great teachers doing some just amazing work. As life had it, family issue that I had to come back to South Florida after a couple years and ended back up in Palm Beach County. Really wanted to then do the high school experience. So I took a high school, Boynton Beach High School, which was at the time, it had been open for 6 years derated for 6 years and had never moved. About 65% African American, about 20% Latino, the rest white and other. Title I, it was a beautiful facility with a performing arts program as well. And from there, we quickly had to adjust a lot of building teacher capacity, a lot around the leadership capacity of the assistant principals. But quickly in the first year, we got off that D, and quickly, for the first time ever, got it to a C. And then over my tenure there, took it up to a B school. And so very proud of the work there at both levels of being a principal. Really worked. My core about what I do is about bringing culture and impacting and building people's expertise. Majority of our dollars are spent in human capital, so how we develop our people is just critical. And then from there, I took on a number of different roles in leadership at the district office. So I've been assistant superintendent over teaching and learning, school safety, regional area superintendent supervising schools directly, and then into my current position as deputy superintendent chief of schools. So there I supervise all the academic programming as well as all of the schools. I'm proud to say over probably the 7-8 years that I've been in the central office leaving the school center, we've seen graduation rates go up 14% in Palm Beach County. I'm very proud of that work. And now excited about potentially this new opportunity.
Now we will begin grilling you,
Okay.
Mrs. Brown.
Well, I'm going to start with an easy one.
Okay.
Discuss a difficult personnel problem, and I actually threw one out at the last one. How would you handle in today's social media and the politically correct, or making sure that someone doesn't post something that is derogatory or would be considered harassment? Say a teacher or a staff person would post something derogatory to either racial, LGBT, or whatever. How would you handle that?
Yeah. I'm big on systems. I think systems are crucial for especially a school district. So first, I think prevention is important. So how do we get in front of all of our staff and teach responsibility about around social media? So as a school district, we do a lot to train, whether it's teachers, any employee, about being cautious about what you post, that these things can cause great harm. And so a lot of prevention and work around that. On the flip side, we know that things do happen. And unfortunately, it has happened in Palm Beach County. So what systems do we have in place to address those? So if it rises to a level of some type of investigation to see if it has violated any particular board policy, it is crucial. So to protect all parties, to see, and we have done that in the past, where we would involve an investigation around what was posted. And we've had some instances of that. So some of them have gone to where there was formal discipline, some to where conference notes and noting what has occurred. And then again, how do we be more responsible in the future?
Thank you. Please give us an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained an employee contract, and what is your philosophy on bargaining and working with the union?
So I do, throughout the years in the central office in particular, I have been involved behind the scenes working with our negotiating team. So I've had many experiences more around teacher unions. So I believe, and one of my core beliefs is all about collaboration. So how do we get in front, again, how do we get in front of issues throughout the entire year? So currently, I have a standing meeting monthly and more if needed with our union head for our teachers union, so that we can talk about issues, so we can talk about things that we're thinking about for the future, so we can begin problem solving. So when we get down to the table of negotiating, things can go much more smoothly. Obviously, the biggest challenge is probably when it comes to finances and financial challenges. Those can be more challenging, but so For example, most recently, I've been having conversations with our union head around career ladders for teachers. How do we, a lot of times we'll pull teachers out of the classroom and bring them to the central office to provide training and support for teachers throughout the entire county, versus we've got amazing teachers doing great work in the classroom that we don't want to lose them in front of the teachers. How do we provide some financial incentives for them to stay in the classroom, but as I can borrow you for so many days throughout the year, and you can get this financial incentive to do that. So now I can use your expertise. You've got the track record of moving student achievement. You've got, you're building a classroom community. Let's show that off to other teachers who can learn from you. And so, so they've been very open to that. Want to keep some more teachers in that protected class of that union, but it also provides financial incentives for those teachers who are doing really good work to share that expertise with everyone. So, so through that, usually our chief financial officer is the one who's actually at the table, or the chief of HR. But in the heat of negotiations, they just in this last round, they've come out and consulted with me. Can we move like a little bit further on this particular issue, around time, if it's around planning time. So been very closely involved. Again, collaboration, working together, solves many problems with any of the unions. Being ahead of it, I think, is crucial.
Thank you. What's your experience in facilities management or construction planning of growth?
Yeah. So again, throughout the years, closely involved with facilities management. Obviously, with the chief operating officer, we work very closely on many issues. So if we're talking about new construction, we're planning at a new high school. So how do we start thinking about the academic programming that we want for that school? So I'm at the table thinking about working through, when we look at all of our choice programs, what's most popular in that particular region, what would we want to see potentially in the future? Thinking about that design before we go out to build. Then on the flip side, when we think about, our custodians and how the custodians work, working together about the training and support that they would need to get on a day-to-day as we're dealing with maintenance and those type of issues. And then everywhere in between. So if we're talking about a facility, one of our alternative schools right now that is old, needs to be moved out, we need to find a new location. So we're working closely together on a regular basis about where do we find a place that's suitable and equitable for these particular students. Another case where we actually was a very difficult, where we took one of our middle schools that was a relatively new facility, but was under-enrolled, significantly under-enrolled. We ended up, and we're still working through, where we have one of our charter schools that's a very popular charter school around career tech ed programs. How do we save the district dollars by, we had enough space to move those students out, so we moved those students out. We work closely together. So where we put, we actually invested millions of dollars in renovating that facility for our charter school to run these career tech ed, which is a popular program in our community, and then we can take that old facility back and use it for other purposes. So again, that was working with the chief operating officer, working through, the planning piece of that, how we rezone students. Very complicated, very intense, lots of meetings. Closing schools, not an easy task at all, and nothing that's ever popular, but we managed to work through that.
Okay, thank you. Now, my next one is describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment. And I'm like, from profanity or smoking, guns, to the COVID. I mean, anywhere you want to go on this.
Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay. So I love school culture. So school culture, the research is clear. Culture, got a great culture, you're going to have better student achievement. So actually, probably when I was at Boynton Beach High School, we had probably one of the largest number of students being suspended, discipline referrals. So at that level, I knew it was about building culture, but at the same time, academics, we weren't doing well academically. But it wasn't about one or the other. Students had to feel that there was a purpose, so I had to improve the teaching and learning that was occurring at school, but at the same time, and this is going back some years, deal with the discipline issues on the campus. So immediately we were one of the first schools back then when we started, and I know that this district is a school-wide positive behavior support school district. So we were one of the first ones to pilot that back, a number of years back. So we created a whole motto where we, talked about our universal expectations for student behavior and taught our kids very deliberately and intentional around what our expectations. So if I'm walking in the hallway, if I'm saying hello to you, what does it mean to say hello? What does it mean to show a sign of respect? Being very intentional about how we work with our students is just critical. So we quickly saw considerable drops in discipline referrals, but at the same time, increase in the teaching and learning. So from there, when I went to the central office, we ended up expanding that. So one of the pieces, looking at our discipline data, taking a deep dive into that, we needed to rewrite our student code of conduct. So ASMN wasn't rewritten for a number of years, and put a lot more around the prevention piece it built into that policy, which is board policy. So, and then from there, how do we train our teachers and our principals around all of these particular changes? How do we get more on the prevention side around building culture for all of our schools? We built an amazing discipline dashboard so that all of our schools could see over the course of 3 years what a type of referrals, when they were occurring, where they were occurring, who was writing them. And so from there, they could build a strategic plan at the school level around what do we need to do to create a more safe and better culture on our particular campus.
What was that program you said you brought into that high school that was?
So PBS, Positive Behavior Support.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I think it's not, many school districts are using that now.
Right,
The
yeah,
research
I just didn't catch it. Okay.
Yes.
What's your experience in working with charter schools and magnet schools and private schools?
So, so charter schools is under me as well. So, so we have a large number of charter schools. So, again, how do we work collaboratively within the regulations of the board policies that have been put in place? On a regular basis, we'll have meetings with them talking about any issues. We offering them professional development on things that we've changed how we had traditionally, where they weren't part of that professional development, to where it's really important that they're part of that, especially when it comes to around school safety and a lot of the new regulations and compliance issues. How do we get ahead of that and involve them? I think we took a bold step with what we did when we closed that middle school and moving our charter school there, especially one that was popular. At the same time, there's got to be a level of accountability, right? So issues will come up. They have more autonomy. So when things don't go right, if there's a complaint, how do we investigate and support and address those issues so they don't become a regular issue? In particular, for us, some of those tend to be sometimes around special needs students and making sure that they're getting the services and support. So how do we help them understand their responsibility about servicing special needs students, educating them on that, and then if they need additional support, but making sure that accountability piece is there.
What is your experience dealing with special ed, federal programs, and career tech and at-risk?
So very closely with all of those. So I've directly supervised that Department of Special Education, and then through Chief Academic Officer, been a special education teacher. So a number of issues that are important there is one is understanding the law and what's our responsibility, and understanding board policies that support those particular pieces to ensure that our students are being served. Then I think the fun part around special education is the creativity. So we get the IDA, we get the block grant. How do we create opportunities and programs for especially our special needs kids to excel? So recently, over the last couple of years, we have some advocates around dyslexia and for our staff understanding dyslexia. So, before it was kind of like taboo to talk about dyslexia, right? Wow, I'm going to say that word. So, and maybe a special education teacher. So honestly, these parents, these family members really did a lot to educate me and being open and to listening to them. So we ended up, through that, creating a plan around how we train all of our schools around dyslexia. So dyslexia awareness program was our first step, and it's amazing. I think it was after our first meeting, just with principals, how many principals came up after, said, I'm so glad we're doing this. I have a family member who, is going through something, and so glad to see that we're actually talking about this. And then how do we get down to the specific programming that's going to address that? So critical that we match the right intervention to the deficit versus that we're just applying a particular program because we feel that's the best program. And that's hard work. So that's really getting people who understand the disability well. So having good training. One of the challenges I think we have in special education is really around really getting more people who want to teach special ed and then getting them trained up to deal with the complexities. I mean, obviously there's great variance when it comes to ESE students, right? So across the board. So building their skill set has got to be a piece. With federal programs, I'm directly supervising, really handle the budget around Title I, II, 4, some with 3. So how those funds are used is changed as statutes change and laws change, but directly involved with how we spend our district funds to support. Again, the majority of our funds are going to the schools, but then how do we provide additional supports to our schools directly over that? A couple years ago, made the decision, early childhood was a priority. How do we expand our Children's Service Council, the local Children's Service Council has substantial dollars supporting that. How do we expand those opportunities? So we made a conscious decision, and then aligning with our strategic plan around putting another $1 million into opening up more programs for our children who needed more. So lots of creativity, love getting into that budget and deciding what's going to really, again, improve our teacher capacity. And in particular, Title II, how do we, in particular with the research that we've seen over time with Wallace around building principal, assistant principal capacity is crucial. So we know the classroom teacher is number one. We all know that. But then it's the principal. So what that principal does, in fact, Wallace talks a lot about they've never found one school that has ever been turned around where the principal wasn't key to making that happen.
Thank
Not
you.
one case ever.
Thank you.
So
Mr. Robinson?
So my first question is, if you're a superintendent, how are you going to define success?
So defining success. So going back to our vision and mission. So what is the vision and mission for Sarasota County Schools? Are we executing on that? And then what are the metrics behind it? So for me, it's about metrics. What are our long-term and short-term outcomes for that upcoming year? And working closely with the board, breaking that down in each of the areas of how we define success. So from strictly a student achievement end is having specific metrics of what kind of growth we would want to see within that.
So what metrics would you, I know you'd work it out between you and the board, but what metrics specifically would you bring to the board that you would like to see? And obviously I know it would be a collaborative effort, but we would bring our own metrics, you would bring yours. So what metrics would you bring to the table that you would like to see?
So on the academic side, I would say I would want to have metrics around in line with our school grading policy around the low 25. So how are we moving our students who are most underserved or most furthest behind academically, and making sure we align resources to support that. So that, to me, that would be a top priority.
You gave the right answer.
Okay. Okay.
If you, how would you recruit and retain good staff?
So how would I recruit and retain? So I'm proud of the succession and what I've done as a leader over the years. Many of the individuals I've worked with, from teachers to assistant principals, are taking on leadership roles throughout the school district, come back to me all the time. To me, it's a general, as a person, as a human being, how do we generally respect each other and then provide them the support to grow? So we all have space to grow, where, we all can get better at what we do. And that's what I would always start off with any staff. None of us are perfect. We all can grow. So then one of the things, a book I gave to all of the principals when I was called Thank You for the Feedback. It was a research project at Harvard around, how do we give and how do we receive feedback in order to grow? So creating that culture where it's safe to be able to receive feedback, to understand we're here to support each other. So does a lot for retention, because that builds your culture. And again, when you look at why teachers leave the field, it's because they feel they don't have support, right? That's the number one reason when you look at the national. So how do we provide that support on a regular basis and build systems? Again, I think systems are important. So as a large district, how do we ensure that those systems exist across all of our schools so that people have a minimum level of support systems?
I believe culture and respect is an important part, and one of the way that manifests itself is through average teacher salary. So what average teacher salary would you try to achieve?
So average teacher salary. So obviously a lot is changing most recently in here, with the minimum coming to 47.5 or whatever a school district can get to that. So that's going to change the landscape, and depending on what dollars are left over to deal with your more veteran teachers. So that whole compacting that's going to exist is going to be a challenge, right? So how do we look at where we can raise that for teachers? Obviously, we know in Florida, we have not ranked well across the United States. So it's an area that needs to be addressed and looked at. We need to, support our teachers financially, but at the same time, how do we balance that district budget?
So we're able to, we get funding from a variety of sources, mainly from the state, but then we have the ability to go out and get COPS funding, or go out for a referendum, or go out for a referendum for a bond. Can you explain when you would use COPS, going out for a referendum for a bond, or going out for a referendum as an increase in millage? And when would you use each one?
So my most experience that I've had is through a referendum. So through millage and sales tax, and we've had great success. So from, I want to say maybe 10 years ago, we had a major millage increase to do a lot around building new facilities for our school district. Got great support from the community to pass that. And then, again, most recently, in the last few years, we've gone for the sales tax, dealing with our deferred maintenance issues. So we've got a half-cent penny sales tax to deal with that. At the same time, 2 years later, we went forward for another millage to deal with, to your point, around teacher retention. 50% of that going towards teacher supplements. We went, and then the rest towards school safety and mental behavioral health. We've had great support doing that. I've had less experience with the COPS. I think it's best that you pay as you go, as a district can do to pay as you go and not borrow, is best, unless we're looking at some long-term facility needs.
Okay. So we were talking about millage. Do you have a specific millage rate that you would like to maintain? We can obviously go to higher millage if we go out to the referendum. Is there a certain millage rate that you think is a sweet spot?
So, so I've thought about it that way. So I think right now, we just passed the 1 mil, and what we've been able to do with the 1 mil has been pretty incredible. I think the success that this district's had over time with your millage has been incredible. The supports around facilities to staffing at the schools. I think right now we're in a very good place with a 1.0 millage to deal with mental and behavioral health supports that like we've never seen before. Actually got to spend $20 million recently to build where we added a behavioral health professional in every one of our school campuses. 100 of our campuses that now have a co-located services where a specialist that deals with the students who need more support around mental health, working with our community partners. We're seeing thousands and thousands of referrals in just a very short period of time with these kind of dollars. Also increasing and addressing our capital, our school hardening supports with the rest of those particular dollars. At the same time, providing retention supplements for our teachers. And we're in a very good space. The half-cent sales tax has helped us to catch up on deferred maintenance. I think that's going to be one of our challenges. So I say the one full mill is a good spot based on my experiences.
I understand that sales tax is capital and the millage is operating.
Yeah.
But it sounded like, maybe I was misunderstanding what you're saying, but that you go out with restrictions, like this part of the millage, we're going out for $0.25 mil for mental health, another millage for recruitment and retention of teachers. Is that what you're saying? If that is what you're saying, how do you compare that to going out for just plain operating? Do you think it's a greater success of having restriction, but then you have restriction versus just going out for $1 mil for pure operating? What are your thoughts of the dichotomy?
Right. So ours is more restrictive, the way the ballot language was written. And part of intentionality, people wanted to know how we were going to spend the dollars, and they wanted full transparency on that. So for us, it gave greater transparency about how we're going to use. Would more flexibility help a particular school district to make better decisions, a board? Absolutely. But for our community, for the transparency they wanted. And then we also have oversight committees appointed by board members to ensure that what we said on the ballot language that we're doing and we're delivering on.
As you can tell, my question's all around finance. So
yes.
my next question, continuing on with that theme, I asked you previously about what you think an optimal sweet spot with the millage, and so flowing that through, what do you think the average funding per student should be from all sources to be able to accomplish the goals you have as a superintendent?
From all sources, so taking
all sources, what's the average would be from all sources?
Yeah.
How much would you like to be able to spend per student on average?
I can tell you it's not, I wish we had it when I had it when I was in New York, which was...
Speaking of which, my wife is from North Tonawanda. I just wanted to bring that up.
North Tonawanda?
North Tonawanda.
I'm from North Tonawanda.
Lumberjacks. But anyways, I digress.
God, a small world. So... I'll go back and lost my train of thought.
Would you like me to skip it? I mean...
No. I'm going back to the original question again.
What would you think would be a good, because we're always trying to get more money, we're always having problems. What would be a number that you, in your head, you would think would say, this is good, I'm fully funded, I'm able to accomplish my goals. What would that number be, average per student?
I'd have to do more research to look at that.
Fair.
Yeah.
I'm putting you on the spot, I understand.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts about, this equalized funding versus equitable funding?
Equitable funding.
And
so, again, going back to based on needs. So when we look at our priorities as school district, what services are needed. So equity is about getting what we need to be able to achieve at the same rate, if things were equal. So how do we put the funding and the dollars and resources around our district priorities? So if I said low 25, our students who are struggling the most is a priority. How do we provide additional resources at each of our schools, in particular at our schools, to support that in the classroom, the teachers? What are those programs, those interventions that are going to support that? So definitely about equity.
you mentioned zero-based budgeting in your written response, and so I'm asking you what your experience is and thoughts of zero-based budgeting.
So throughout years and being part of the superintendent's budget and also the school board's budget advisory, so I think there's different a continuum when it comes. So just most recently, dealing with what we're dealing with now with the pandemic, we were a district that's trying to take more of a get ahead of that, not knowing what's going to occur. So a form of zero-based budgeting is if you not just doing a blanket cut, but if you had to cut if you were forced to, what are your biggest priorities? So when you think about a particular director who has a particular department, teaching and learning, that's our core business. What are those, if you had to rank the most important work, and then having those conversations with, as a group, so those, the assistant superintendent for teaching and learning, why would you pick this versus something else? And then looking at that across the system. So for me, under all the academics, looking at what people were deciding on what they were cut. Some I would agree with, some I wouldn't. And then through that process, we were able to save about $8 million on the academic side to prepare for what might be coming in the future.
So we've talked about revenue and the question about expense, but at the end of the day, everything flows down to the operating fund balance. So given a range, where would you think a good range of operating fund balance should be?
Yeah, so the contingency, I think, here is 7.5%. So do I think that's enough?
Minimum.
I think minimum. Right. So right now, ours in Palm Beach County, we're at 9. So being above that, always having more is better because you just don't know what may occur. So being in 11, 12% range, I think puts a district in a better position. You all have an incredible credit rating because of the good work that you've done around keeping that fund balance.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ziegler?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. So you mentioned a lot about culture, and so my questions are around leadership qualities and styles. So I'm going to ask this in 2 parts: is, if you can describe your leadership style, but also you'd mentioned culture quite a few times, and you used the Boynton Beach High School as an example. In addition to that, can you share with me? You also mentioned central office, so going from the schools to all the way up. How would you? So if you could define your leadership style, and then how do you believe it'd be most effective to establish that culture all the way down through, from the central office all the way down to the classroom?
Yeah. So hands down, when I was taking my leadership courses, going into administration, when I read about and learned about servant leadership, I said, that's me. That's what I like. So we're all in a position to serve others. So the higher you go up on an organizational chart, the more you have to serve. So how are we providing the supports for people to be successful? And so my style is all around collaboration and building capacity, and in particular in our business, our core business is educating students. Student achievement happens in one place, it's in the classroom, right? So how do we in particular improve the practices for our classroom teachers? So how do we create, so then we go back to systems. So years ago, we have what we call single school culture, a trademark we did years ago. But around single school culture, yeah, it's about the way we do things here, but it's much more than that. It's about putting systems in place for people to be successful and students to be successful. And it falls in 3 categories: academics, behavior, and climate. So with academics, a system that I'm sure you've heard around professional learning communities. So professional learning communities is a best practice for teachers that come together, talk about their work, working through administrators. So how do we create those conditions so teachers can do that with greatest ease, so it doesn't cause a disruption to their day? So for me, creating that culture and then making sure that PLC is something that teachers want to go to. Often we hear where, I got to go to none of these meetings. And so how do we make them thoughtful and purposeful so it helps me improve my practice, right? And, as a principal, I would always buy some type of academic book, or at the elementary school, I bought Educational Leadership magazine for my teachers. So I ordered those so that they became learners themselves, right? So they understood their craft, this field of education that they chose, so they could be a more educated professional, if you will. So, and people loved that. People grabbed onto that. And then I think, and lastly, and then climate. So around climate, How are we looking at our surveys? When we look at whether it's a school survey, for me as a principal, always ran to that first, right? What do people think about me? How do they like me? Do they not like me? What practices? But so that's for staff. But then are we also looking at the student surveys? What are we doing to change that? Was it 2 years ago? One of the things I talk about a lot in our community is that in our last district-wide student survey, approximately 50% of our students self-identified that the last year was difficult for them or their family. And this is prior to the pandemic. So if we think that many children have self-identified and wrote that on that survey, that it was difficult for them, they need support, right? So then how do we work with our principals and our teachers to provide those type of supports? What does that mean? Research is clear that one caring adult in a student's life will make that difference. So then it's working with all of our principals and teachers to understand that moral responsibility that we have to find each and every one of those kids who are most disengaged.
And your surveys included they were allowed to write comments, just very quickly, you mentioned.
These were not comments. No.
Okay.
These were a Likert scale.
Okay, very good. Thank you. What is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it? And how have you adapted?
It drives me to this day. I always wanted to be, so I've only been a principal at Title I schools, but I've always wanted to be a 90-90-90 school. So if you're familiar with the 90-90-90 schools, those schools that are 90% free reduced lunch, 90% students of color, and performance is at 90% or better. So it drives me to this day. Till we figure this out, we talk about the achievement gap and disaggregating data. We were doing that when I started first year as teacher. And it frustrates me that we're still trying to figure this out, but it drives me to figure out how do we unlock it so that every kid is deserving of the best education to have the best life possible. We all deserve that, especially our kids. So our kids who are furthest behind deserve that. So how do we work to unlock those strategies, programs, relationships, engagement for students so that they all can achieve. So I think my biggest disappointment that I was never a 90-99 principal. Someday I want to go back to do that because when you look at the research around these principals, just amazing work that they do to be able to achieve like that. And I think that's what we need to expect for our entire districts as well, to get to that point.
So with that, and that's a good point, and I'll curtail too, with that in mind, or however you want to answer that. But how do you get to that point, and reflecting from any, if you want to use disappointments, mistakes, big word. So, but how do you move forward, and then ultimately, how are you going to hold yourself, and how do you hold staff accountable?
Yeah. So the first part of that question again?
How do you hold yourself and then your staff accountable?
When you're not reaching that.
Whatever those, yeah.
Yeah, so again, it starts with first defining expectations, right? So, and this goes across the entire system, operations, school food service, transportation. How do we clearly set our expectations and metrics for all of us to improve? So what are our goals for a particular year? And then whoever you are, in whatever position you are, if you're a leader in that, for me, myself, what supports am I helping to ensure that that person can be successful? So yeah, we say we're going to be that, but how do we work together to ensure we can meet an aspirational goal, whatever that goal may be? And so, and then have regular check-ins on a regular basis to see, are we in progress to meet that particular goal? If we're not, why not? What do we have to shift in our position so that somebody can be successful? So for teachers, for our core business, professional development, when I came out of college, and I know for many, you're not ready to prepare for that first day, at least I wasn't, and I had all these kids in a class, and how do I handle it? So how do we provide the professional development support to understanding basic classroom management, right? Do we have those systems in place so that everybody gets that alignment? And then when it gets down to the real hard work, our last conversation about the achievement gap, being a 90-90, that's hard work when someone's that far behind. So yes, they're academically behind, but there can also be many other factors. So how do we deal with the whole child? So the social emotional factors of a particular child. Are we providing teachers those type of supports so that they can address the academic piece with the right intervention? You take foundational skills, talking about dyslexia earlier. Do we have teachers trained in our core program when it comes to the foundational skills, phonics, phonemic awareness? Do they understand everything about a program so that can be taught well so we can meet that? And if we didn't train, I'm going to shame on me as a leader, because
You got to that point where that's what I wanted to hear.
Okay.
See if you address that. And I know my time is short, so if I have a couple, no, that's okay.
Okay.
One thing that communication. What is your communication style, and what role do you believe communication has on being an effective leader?
So everything is about communication. When we don't communicate, everything, can be disastrous, right? So, and the communication starts at the top. So can you repeat the full question?
Sure. No. Walk me through your communication style. What role do you believe communication has on being an effective leader?
So one, I think systems have to be aligned so that they can communicate their goals. So we have a strategic plan, we have our long-term outcomes. How do we communicate out on that all the time, what our priorities are, so we can align? So my style, in particular for my direct reports, so having a regular cadence of how do we check in on a weekly basis. So around your particular goals and your objectives, things that you are working through, hot items, and talking through those pieces, and helping them problem solve on an issue. On a community-wide, out in the community, how are we communicating our priorities to all the stakeholders, in our community about what our priorities are? How are we telling our story? We have to tell our story to our community. Sarasota has done a great job at that with obviously the financial supports that people are supporting here in Sarasota. So it goes across all stakeholders, be in front of them, communicating and being transparent. Transparency is crucial. So when we're having challenges, we've got to be transparent on that, not only the good stuff, but where our challenges lie.
And before I get cut off on my 15 minutes, I want to make sure. So, there are a myriad of challenging decisions that fall upon the shoulders of a superintendent. I referenced in the previous interviews, and feel free to answer it directly as it pertains to COVID-19, but it's just as an example as when there is not a clear path as to what that right decision looks like. Talk me through the process of decision making, particularly in the most challenging situations.
Yeah, this one definitely forces you to really try to think creative, right? What we're dealing with right now, and it changes daily. Back in Palm Beach County, we're having a school board meeting starting shortly to review, our parent surveys and deal with our staff survey. And, I tell you, we're going to make half the people happy and half the people not happy, right, with whatever decision we decide upon. So again, I think back to your last question, with the greatest communication as possible, how do we involve multiple stakeholders to the table to understand a particular issue in transparency? And when it comes to decision making, how do we help articulate that message so people understand why we got there? You may not agree with it. And then who did we hear from? Did we get everybody to the table to address a particular issue?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Goodwood.
Thank you so much for being here. My topic is instructional excellence, which is kind of important.
Yes.
And I know you know a lot about that. First of all, what sort of unique, creative, out-of-the-box idea did you implement that saw results in improving student achievement?
So I love thinking creatively and being outside the box. So a couple quick years ago, I would just say that something simple but had great results on graduation rates increasing is we were one of the first districts to approach College Board dealing with graduation rates to offer the SAT on a school day. So traditionally back then, it was always kids had to go someplace on the weekend. And our research was clear that the kids who really needed to take that SAT had issues on the weekend. Transportation, they were caretakers on the weekends. A number of issues that would prevent them. Just the fear of going to another facility versus their own school building because they weren't familiar with it. In fact, I was a high school principal because that's the way it was. I remember one kid calling me on a car on fire on 95, and she was so upset she was going to disappoint me because she wasn't going to make it because her car's on fire on 95, overheated. So clearly that was a challenge. So we ended up, they supported it. We offered SAT, and we've been doing it ever since. The SAT on a school day, and that has changed dramatically, not only graduation rates for kids who need a concordant score, but those kids who never had the aspirations of thinking they would go to college. Well, I'm not going to take the SAT. Now we're taking the SAT. So we saw, when you look at the National Clearinghouse data, we saw an uptick in the number of kids who are matriculating into post-secondary institutions. Something seems simple, and now we see that happening more and more with a number of school districts throughout the country that are doing SAT on a particular school day versus on a weekend.
What measures have you used that are outside of test scores, if needed, to measure student achievement, and why did you use this alternative measure?
So with standards implementation, one of the things that we did a curriculum audit in Palm Beach County. So, and what we saw at our elementary school, so it wasn't necessarily student achievement results, but it was related to really looking at the attributes of the materials we were putting in front of students. And so we found that our curriculum had areas for improvement, in particular around text complexity, how text is organized around something worth learning about. So we ended up through that process, and then understanding of the standards, the teacher's understanding of the standards. And so we're in the middle of some pilots where we, in some of our elementary schools, where we completely changed the core curriculum. We're using core knowledge, language arts, and expeditionary learning, which got high ratings around the particular text. So how it's organized, how it's delivered, and then the right professional development. When we looked at teachers' attitude, we spent a lot of resources around professional development for teachers to do this well. Because a lot of this is our learning. So when we go back to an ELA adoption, we know that got pushed back, that we'll have more information about how decisions to move forward. So we found at the pre-survey, it was interesting. Teachers thought, oh yeah, we know how to teach this. We know the standards. We know how to teach them. And then when we took a deeper professional development, they were like, I didn't know anything. One of the schools was a school I taught at. Some of the teachers, they shared a lot. And then how much they appreciated the deep dive, understanding the full rigor intent of a particular standard and what that means when you connect the standard to text and bring them together and then work on pedagogy. And we saw, strong results in their attitudes about feeling how comfort in teaching it. And then, obviously, regarding the audit, we have better materials in front of kids.
How has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement? Describe your role.
So I talk a lot. I mean, it's essential, the support services that our students receive. A number of years ago, we're in the midst of rewriting the student code of conduct. We had these facilities called ATOS. So a student, in lieu of being suspended, would go to a separate facility. The challenge was there was only a few of them throughout the county, where it's a large county, and they really weren't being utilized. And a lot of resources and funding were going to that. So made a decision to close those facilities, reinvest those dollars into more prevention programs. So we added positions called behavior coaches, if you will, that would be on school campuses to deal with our kids with more challenges, to deal and with research-based practices such as restorative circles, restorative conversations, doing a lot of that on the front end. Then just lastly, with our referendum, being intimately involved with design of and the legislation around the mental and behavioral health plan all school districts have to have now. I work closely with our community partners. We have a lot of collective impact working with community. Some work with a lot of our nonprofits, those who are connected to that social emotional supports for our students around how do they see our plan should be for our school district to get their involvement. And so through that, I think we created a great plan. So with the dollars that were allocated through the categorical, we started with what we call the co-located. So working with our community partners who are experts in this field, especially with our kids who need the most, adding those individuals. And what I learned years ago when I was an elementary principal, that the closer those services are to the school, parents and families trust their school the most, right? They're going to access them. Versus if I make a referral, go to this building on XYZ day, 9 times out of 10, they weren't showing up. But when they're on the campus and they got to trust that person, so we gave space to these individuals on the school campuses. And then with our referendum, we just added to a plan that was well developed to that where we have 100 of those on our campuses. And again, what I said earlier, when those services are there and the parents trust, they're going to utilize those resources to support. And we're working closely with our community partners as we measure this and as we go along. The behavioral health professional, that's a school district employee. So we created a new job description, but we did it together with our community around what this particular person should be doing. And we've got one at every one of our schools to, again, support the whole child. And then lastly, I will say social emotional learning. Sorry, I'm probably going over. Big patch, social emotional learning. So we're working closely. We're a pilot district with Wallace around social emotional learning. So we started implementing a curriculum. So the morning meetings, those type of practices that maybe they're not to directly support services, but we know that kids want to talk about their day, they want to talk about issues, they got to get that out so that they can be ready to learn. So we're doing a lot, and then a curriculum behind that to support that.
Give some examples of your previous efforts and involvement in career and technical education.
So from the school level to at the district level, career tech ed, in Palm Beach County, we have over 300 type of academies. Many of those are career tech focused. So our big push over the years has been trying to, how do we create those feeder patterns? So from middle school to high school, that kids get on a track and go deeper. Our most popular is around our medical academies, incredibly popular. So we've learned through school choice, families should have options. We've opened more of those type of programs. Technology programs are also very popular. So looking at our data, what are parents applying for through our choice application process, how do we work in particular to open more of those programs, in particular career tech ed. So on the deeper end, you've got amazing facility with your Suncoast Technical College. Unfortunately, 20 years ago or so, Palm Beach County went a different direction when given by legislation. So we don't have a facility like that. We do have some of our charters that we're supporting around that work. But over the last number of years, we've been working with, in particular, Palm Beach State College for us we just, about a month ago, the Board of Trustees signed an agreement which will expand our opportunity to get back into this space, and also more collaborations between the college and us to provide more opportunities for our kids in Palm Beach County.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Me. The last one. What do you believe is the role of the superintendent? What do you believe is the role of the board?
So the role of the superintendent, I would say, and the board are one team. So we're one team together selected. So how we set the direction for the entire system is crucial. The superintendent, in particular, is about executing on the vision, the mission, and the key priorities and goals that a board has worked together to make sure that happens. So most vision and mission statements is about providing a world-class education, right, for its students. But when we get down to specific goals and metrics behind that, how does the superintendent align its system around those particular goals and resources? Because there's a lot we do, there's a lot we want to do, but we also have to stay focused. So the superintendent's charged with making sure that happens, and then providing the support resources to the entire community around those, and to energize them around that, and then at the same time hold them accountable. The school board works closely with that. You all, our elected officials, are accountable to your particular constituents. So your voice, you represent that voice. So as we articulate that vision and mission, how is that at the table that we work together in getting that message out? And then how do we work together as a team so that we can work in sync to have a very strong system move forward?
How do you set goals for yourself and your staff?
So we go through an annual process, right? So it starts with, first of all, what are the goals of the entire system? So, and that, again, the aligned system.
I'm sorry, what happened?
She's reading my
is-
questions.
What happened is that I have Ziegler's
Okay,
page
sorry.
that I'm reading from because I couldn't find it before.
Okay.
Yeah, you got your more questions in, Bridget. So let me switch gears.
So withdraw that question.
Board staff and community relation. That's board staff and community relationships. What are your ideas? I was asking a question. I'm saying, wait a minute, this doesn't sound like my stuff. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education?
So my personal experiences at the school level is getting from a teacher, I don't know if it was right, where I would walk the kids home to get to talk to the parents, the ones that lived in close proximity, to as a principal, we've got to, for those who are least engaged, there are reasons for that. You know, whether it's transportation, they don't like the school center. So we have to go out to where the community is. So how do we get out into community centers and talk about and get our message out there? And one, what is our message? What is it that we're trying to tell you? Is it about an individual student issue, or but just the goals in general of a particular school? So I think we have to always be thinking outside the box of ways to reach our families that are least engaged. And it's not least engaged, and I want to make sure that I don't say it the wrong way. Parents they're working hard, they're busy, they're trying to put food on the table. So how is it best that we can serve you and support you around your child's education?
So you're saying you go to the homes?
I think absolutely going to the homes, going to the community centers, places of worship where the families will go, where they're comfortable, if they're not comfortable coming to the school, to talk to them. And this is about getting to each and every individual child. And this is not just about bad things, it's about good things too, telling the story, opportunities that they have. If we're talking about transitional times from elementary to middle school to high school, what are the opportunities? If you got elementary kids who are showing characteristics of giftedness, how do we educate and pull the parents in and say, hey, you have this opportunity. We want to do this type of work. Not just too often it's about the negative, little so-and-so is not behaving in school. No, we got to, educate our parents about opportunities and what education can do for them.
Thank you. Tell us about a time where you recognized an internal communications gap within the staff of your district.
That would never happen in it's easy to get kind of stuck in that role of silos, right?
Yes.
So So jokingly, yes, obviously that has happened, right? So I think over time, creating better systems in place. So where we have cross-functional meetings on a regular basis. A couple years ago, we started that on a quarterly basis. We would have meetings with all of our directors from operations, finance, to academics across the entire board come together in a quarterly meeting. And so all of the division heads were charged with what's really important that we need to communicate out about what's happening in our system, right? So it was greatly received from the directors about understanding more about, in particular, operations, transportation, school, food service, who may not understand what we're trying to do academically, where we could talk about our priorities, have some devoted time about what we're working through, is critical. And then at the cabinet level, how are we all bringing items of importance to that table? So problem solving as a group. So we're all there on a regular basis. We all represent the entire district. So, our superintendent's made it a priority. We all have to bring our challenges, move forward, that is particular that are cross-functional. And then again, how do we communicate those challenges out to everyone in the system?
Describe a time when you have had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn. What did you do and what lessons were learned during that time?
So about 2 years ago, working with school operations, back to Ms. Brown's question earlier, we've got a half-cent sales tax that's bringing additional revenues. Some of that is for rebuilds of schools. So some of the smaller elementary schools that we had, it was going to be more financial incentive if we could do a complete rebuild of a facility and have one school versus two small schools, when you think about the overhead and everything that it costs to run a school. So myself, my chief financial officer, and my chief operating officer went out into the community. And boy, we had it handed to us. They quickly told us no way. So they didn't like it. They thought we were selfish. How could we do this? This is our community. So it was a humbling experience, a hard lesson that we had to learn the importance of community. So did we have to pause? Yes, we paused. So, and that happened in both communities. So we chose not to go in that direction. So we are rebuilding both facilities and hearing from our community.
That is tough when that happens.
Yes, but it's the importance of community.
How would you develop an understanding of the complexity of our school system by the public and ensure that the public be informed on important matters?
Can you repeat that again, please?
How would you develop an understanding of the complexities of our school system, Sarasota, by the public, and ensure that the public be informed on important matters? So how would you keep the...
Yeah. So a lot of listening and learning, in particular in the beginning, right? So if I was a new superintendent in Sarasota, there's so many, reading about Sarasota County School, there's so many stakeholders. I mean, the philanthropy that exists here and the foundations and how they're supporting the schools, I've never seen, so much. I work closely with the funders in Palm Beach County on a regular basis, and here it's just phenomenal. So, but across the board, how do we sit down at the school level with our school principals and our school teachers? How do we sit down and listen to them? What do they love about Sarasota County Schools? What do they want to see improve? What would they like to change? So going on a tour to really listen and hear from everyone about Sarasota County Schools. So from the teachers, from the students, having student groups, listening to their students. What do you like about this? What would you want to see to improve? From our custodians, our bus drivers. Our bus driver, Jen, just in this short trip so far, she had, some interesting experience, especially her relationship with her students. She had some good stories. But how do we hear from them? Also, and then our community at large, right? So all of those stakeholders, from parents to foundations to to the business, working closely with our business community is crucial. We're responsible, right? I think the greatest responsibility, I probably should have said this earlier, is are we graduating kids that are prepared for college, prepared for that workforce? And does the community agree with us? Does the business community agree that our kids, we did a study recently with our local business development board around our kids prepared, and one of the things they told us is that, you need to focus more on the soft skills, that our kids need to learn that more. So how then do we change our curriculum and build that in to what we're doing? So again, a lot of listening and learning, and then from that, then how do we make adjustments from what is heard and get communicating that out, working closely with the board? Did I answer the last part of that,
You did?
Madam Chair? Okay.
At least you told me what I was wanting to hear, so.
Okay. At least got one Mr. Robinson and one Ms. Zuckerson.
Okay. Is there any additional information that you'd like to share with the board?
This
is not your wrap-up.
Oh, is that?
I have 2 questions, and then do you have any questions for the board members? Do you have any questions for us? And is there anything else you want to share before your 5-minute wrap-up?
Yeah, okay. Well, interesting. Mr. Eric Robinson asked me, what success looked like. What would the board think success would look like in a year with a new superintendent? And it open for
us to answer.
anyone, if you're.
Well, you'll be -1 board member. That's me. I'm retiring. So,
Possibly -2. We'll see.
Mrs. Brown?
The Brown Plan.
No, what I think what we would need more than anything is you pull the board together and we come up with a strategic plan together. I mean, we're still working on a strategic plan that was developed before I got on the board in 2006. We've been changing it, but it isn't one that we as a group put together. And, we've got different ideas, and we don't always mix well, oil and water sometimes. But if you can get us all together and come up with a plan that they even support across the street, and our community buys in, our staff buys in, you would be successful. That would be a big thing. But you know what? That's what a superintendent is supposed to do.
Right.
It didn't happen with our last one. And it was to me the major issue, what we need to do.
Mrs. Ziegler?
Well, I applaud you for asking that question because it's a great question, and I concur with Mrs. Brown. Any superintendent's going to have to, and I think it's good to have a diverse board, right? So you're representing the diversity of the community. With that comes challenges, but keeping us focused or working together to understand our priorities and where we can align to actually move forward, I think is in the best interest of our staff, the morale, certainly our students, and the community at whole. So, there are going to be times where there's disagreements. That's okay. That's what that's absolutely, civil discourse is fine. But, I think that, finding a way to build consensus, respect each other's divergent opinion, but work together collaboratively, that would be what I believe the superintendent's ultimately charged with. So, good question.
Eric?
Yes, I said the right question. Ms. Brown alluded to bringing different views, but I call it the Brown Plan. She actually came up with the goals. We were all talking but not listening, and Ms. Brown was able to bring us together on the subject, and she came up with 3 simple but concise and criteria was raise the reading score at the lowest quartile, raise the math at the lowest quartile, raise everybody's. And so if you're able to improve upon that, that'd be great. But that's an example of all of us coalescing around a goal, coming together, and those were the goals of the district for a period of time. So,
Jane?
and I call that the Brown Plan.
Okay.
Well, I think we all have big heart, and we're looking for a superintendent that has a big heart. And I think that if we can align together and keep the student as our focus, in a year's time, things will be great. But I'm delighted that we are moving forward with our superintendent search, and thank you so much for being here. It's wonderful.
Thank you.
Enjoyed it.
Thank you.
So if I can get off of my flip comment to you, this is a great district, and we need a strong leader that will have the ability to work with us, but not allow us to run you. You have to run the district, and we have to understand that, and that will be a challenge. So, I mean, that's what I would like to tell you.
Okay. That's good advice. Okay.
Now, you have 5 minutes to summarize and tell us anything else you want to tell us.
Okay. So first, again, thank you for this wonderful opportunity. The hospitality, the entire team from FSBA has been just outstanding through the entire process, communicating, right down to where I go next. So that's been fantastic. In education across the entire world, we're faced with challenges like we've never seen. You asked before about the pandemic. We're trying to make these decisions that we thought, who would have ever thought we would have to make these decisions? So I think in Sarasota and county schools is deserving of a superintendent that, understands school systems at the top of the level, so that when it comes to operations, transportation, academics, that someone's not learning about those things. I've had many years working in a variety of different roles in another school system as well, so that we can deal with these things that no one has had an answer to because no one has gone through something like this before. My experiences, my position of why I became an educator, I just want to leave with as well. It's because I want to make a difference. So wherever that lands me, whatever position I'm in, I'm going to continue to strive for that, again, so that each and every child can have that world education that they deserve, so that they can have a better quality of life. And that's what I'm about. I'll give you back a few minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you being here. It was great to meet you. You read all the resumes and everything, and then you get to see the person.
Yes.
And it's kind of nice. So thank you for your interest and participation. This evening, you will be participating in a modified meet and greet using live stream format. And tomorrow, you will meet with us individually on a one-on-ones. And please let FSBA staff know if you have any questions or anything that you need. They're available to help. Thanks to them.
Thank you. I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
Thank you. Y'all have a great afternoon.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Have 15. We have a half an hour again.
Yeah, you're running a tight ship, Caroline.
We have a half an hour again. But I'm telling you, I'm now marking down when you start and adding 7 minutes to it.
It's fine with me. And I even got more of my questions.
I was looking for where to put yours. So I put a blank because I was getting confused when you say the name, you know, and then we were using numbers and not names, and I was like, oh, my God. Anyway, I'd like to introduce you to the board members first. I'm Caroline Zucker, and I'm the chair. Mrs. Brown?
I'm Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Good afternoon, Bridget Ziegler.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
Nice to meet you guys.
Key staff in the room is the Assistant Superintendent, Misty Corcoran, and our Director of Communications, Craig Maniglia. Sometimes when he's here for a while, I might get his name. We have 60 minutes, we have 90 minutes for our board interview this afternoon, and you will have 5 minutes to providing an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions: operations, business and finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board staff and community relations. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions. The number of questions each gets will depend on the length of your responses. So if you want a lot of questions,
Answer short.
and you will have, and at the end, you will have time for a final wrap-up. All right? To start, we will start with you, allowing you 5 minutes for opening comments.
Thank you for the invitation to be here today. It is a great opportunity to speak to a board and a community that cares so deeply about public education. I just also, before I get going, I want to thank the Florida School Board Association. I want to thank the Citizens Advisory Committee and also the board for your service and your leadership during this, this search. You guys have hit a home run. Congratulations on that. Also, I want to thank the 4 other candidates that are here today. I know they may not be able to see me or hear me. Maybe they'll see it on video later. But it is a testament to the Sarasota County Schools quality that you have such great Florida leaders here today as well. Today, I've had an amazing time. I have to tell you that I've had an amazing time riding on the bus from 8:30 to about 11:30. Lisa, my bus driver, was fantastic, and Dr. Frost and Nancy. And I told Chief Timothy Enos that if he retires, he needs to be a tour guide. Fantastic stories. He did a great job, I'm telling you. He did a fantastic job. And I just want to thank them for taking the time off their busy day to be with me and my family. Today, I hope that I'm able to have a great conversation with the board. I really want you to be engaged in what I have to say. I hope that my leadership comes out, my vision for moving Sarasota County Schools to be the best district in the nation. I hope that you see my experiences and that I'm ready for this job. Today also, I brought my family. My family and I make every single decision together. This is a family unit. So today I brought my wife. We've been married for 15 years, Amanda. And on June 17th, we celebrate our 15th anniversary. She used to be a public school teacher in Orange County Public Schools, 3rd and 4th grade. And when we had our beautiful children, she stepped aside for a little bit, but during that time, she's been a substitute teacher. She's been a board member of the school's PTA, and also she's volunteering as well. And then I have Isabella, who's 13 years old. Show your face. And then I also have Sebastian, who's 11, in the back. Take off. Do you have your double mask? Anyway, great kids. One fact that I want to make sure that you guys know, not only are they going to be living here and going to school here, but they're also going to be playing soccer somewhere in some travel soccer team. They're phenomenal soccer players. So, but this transition for us, if I am your superintendent, is going to be very important for us. We're going to be moving here, setting roots. We're going to be, living here, playing here. They're going to be going to school here. And if the board gives me the permission, I want to give my kids their diplomas from a Sarasota County public school as well. So I'm thankful to have them in my life. I just want to let you know that, sorry for that, but I just want to let you know that my passion for education I've been in public education for 23 years, and I've loved every single minute that I've been working in public ed. But my passion for public education doesn't come from graduating from UCF or from, just teaching, because it was a great, it was a great profession, being a leader. My passion for education comes from my parents. My mom and my dad came to this wonderful country over 40 years ago. They came to this country seeking that American dream that every other immigrant group before them wanted. They wanted better housing, better jobs. They wanted a safer place to raise their family. But in America, one of the things that happens when you don't have resources and you don't have the education that you need, sometimes those dreams get put aside. Now, my mom and my dad could have said, you know what, I'm going to give up. I'm going to go back to my home country, but they did not. They knew for a fact that this is one of the best countries in the world, and they decided to stay. And they worked hard. They worked hard, and they taught me my very first leadership lessons. Work hard, make no excuses. So for the past 23 years, that's exactly what I've been doing, working hard, making no excuses. I've been working at mid-sized, large-sized districts. I've worked in 2 states, 3 school districts. I've taken on challenging roles that have progressively become more challenging. I've worked in high socioeconomic, low socioeconomic areas with high special education and ELL populations. I've been a teacher, a principal, an assistant superintendent for wraparound services, an executive director for special education, and today I'm the chief of human resources for the 10th largest school district in America and the largest employer in Palm Beach. And so I just want you to know that not only am I an instructional leader, but I'm also a business and community leader. And I hope that you can see those experiences. I answer your questions today. But I want to leave you this in conclusion. I am ready for this job. I'm ready to hit the ground running. And I truly hope that as we have these conversations together, you'll be able to see that my experiences and my hands-on experiences, my characteristics are the right fit for the job. So thank you very much, and I look forward to the rest of the interview and then tomorrow during our one-on-ones. So thank you very much for having me here today.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown?
I'm going to talk about operations. Now, did you all want to come here because we've got like this fantastic girls soccer team down in Venice?
They were trying to debate who's a better soccer team today, Venice or Riverview. And so they all told me that it's Venice. So yes, it's a fantastic soccer team. She wants to play in a fantastic team. She plays in a great soccer team right now. They're ranked 7th in the state.
They, our Venice soccer team would have won except for the last, it landed on the line. And some people thought it was a goal and some people didn't. But those who thought it was a goal cost us the championship.
Any replays?
Yeah. Give us an example of how you've either collectively or collaboratively bargained an employment contract, and what's your philosophy on bargaining and working with the union?
So for the past 4 years, as I've shared with you, I've been the Chief of Human Resources in Palm Beach County Schools. And one of my job responsibilities has been, the first year I was the Chief Negotiator for Palm Beach County Schools. And then the other 3 years I've been working in the negotiating table. And, I'm not telling you that we see eye to eye on everything. That would not be truthful. I'm not telling you that we've agreed on absolutely everything, because then we wouldn't have a spirit of negotiation. But what I am telling you is that my philosophy around negotiations is really to be transparent. I think, number one, we have to have some type of system of communication, of collaboration, and I think we also have to be very clear about expectations. We're living in an unprecedented time. Budgets are tough. We don't know what's going to happen in the next 6 months or the year. We already know that in the district that I work for right now, we had to make some cuts, and they were very difficult cuts. And during that time, we work closely with the union. But during negotiations, I think it is very important that we communicate very clearly. I think that we should be able to put everything on the table. Okay, what do we have? What do you have? I think that's something that's worked very well in my current district. The other thing is, not to hide anything, be very transparent. I know I'm being a little bit repetitive, but the transparency piece and the communication has to be very clear. I sometimes understand that when we deal with money and when we deal with, contract language, it's going to be tough. It's going to be a give and go, or going back and forth. And that's what, negotiations is about. I think the other piece is, the expectations. We always have to walk in with expectations. And this goes back to whether it's instruction, whether it's business, whether it's setting goals for curriculum. What is it that we're trying to solve? Why are we trying to solve it? What are the solutions for it? Do we have the money for it? Show data around the problems and how we're going to solve it. And then at the end of the day, make sure that we put some solutions in place that make sense for everybody. We can't, we just can't continue to, if we don't have the money, we just can't give it to the union, right? But if we do have monies, let's talk about what we can kind of trade off for either better contracts, better benefits, or better environments to work in. So, my skills as a negotiator and being at the table is one that I've seen that if we can communicate well, be transparent, and set some really tight expectations, we'll do a really good job negotiating. Thank you.
All right, my next question has to do with a difficult personnel problem. And I'm thinking about, we're dealing with today, and that's on social media. What would you do if you had a staff member that posted something inappropriate on social media, perhaps derogatory, either, for a race or a sexual orientation, or even against another staff member? How would you handle that?
Yeah.
Or how have you handled that? As HR, you probably have.
We take, and I have taken very seriously any inappropriate social media or any tweets or anything that goes on social media. They must be addressed very seriously. I think number one, we need to make sure that the community, students, and that our parents and our teachers know that we have strong values against things that are not appropriate. If it's racial, we need to make sure that we are against that. If it's sexual, we need to make sure that we investigate that immediately, right? Nobody should be bullied. Nobody should be embarrassed. I think it's very important for us to truly understand those two things. As a district and as a human resources, we have addressed that immediately, right? We have removed teachers from classrooms pending investigations just to make sure that, what happened. Because sometimes it could have been posted, somebody else could have posted it as well, right? We want to make sure that the person who posted it is the correct person. So we need to do a thorough investigation. We need to ask questions. We need to make sure that we train our staff if we find out that this is inappropriate. Number one, we need to make sure that people understand the proper usages of social media. If, in fact, we determine that the employee put something inappropriate online, we need to make sure that based on whatever criteria we have, whatever policies and statutes that we have as a district, we act upon them, right? If it's suspension, we suspend. And then if it's termination, we look towards doing that appropriately and with due process. And then finally, if we're not able to determine that, we also have another entity, which is the Florida Department of Education, that we can work with as well. But I think it's very important that we look at every single angle, that we investigate thoroughly, and we use policy to make decisions. Thank you for that question.
Thank you. What is your experience in facilities management and/or construction or planning for growth?
So I've been dealing with growth and capital management and construction of buildings since I was a principal. In Orange County Public Schools, as a principal, we experienced almost 1,700 students in my elementary school when I was a principal. So we had to address that through the implementation of bringing in portables. When I was in Fulton County Schools, I was an area superintendent. We were growing. We were growing a lot. And we had to deal with the construction and growth of schools. I addressed 2 elementary schools, a high school, and one of the most expensive lands in Sandy Springs. If you know anything about Georgia, Sandy Springs is expensive to build on. And we had to address that with our community. We had to address that with our financing. Can we build the project that we wanted to build? So there was a lot of conversation. In Sandy Springs, again, we had a high school, North Springs High School as well, that we were renovating. We started the renovation, and the community wasn't very pleased with it. So we had to go back to the table, have a communication around that, really think about the plan, and whether it was wiser to spend more money or just continue to build. So that was that. As the Chief of Human Resources, as a decision maker in executive cabinet, we are privy to the decision-making process, and I love that about my superintendent. But during those time periods, we are looking at land acquisitions, we are looking at capital projects, we are looking at how we're using the penny sales tax, and that was a referendum that we passed. And so we are constantly making sure that the money that our taxpayers are using, we are good stewards of that money. And we need to make sure that whatever they gave us, that we use it appropriately. And then on top of that, in every single district that I worked in Fulton and even in Palm Beach, we need to communicate to our parents and also to our taxpayer how we're using the money with a live dashboard. Anytime a parent goes online and wants to go, okay, X high school, how are you using your money? This is how we're using our money. And also the communication piece around community meetings. And also having groups of individuals that keep us honest, because sometimes school systems believe we're doing the right thing, but we need to have independent community members look at us and say, you know what? You may want to go in a different direction. But I think I've been dealing with growth and capital projects throughout my career. And the last piece I want to say, I was, I played an important part in the referendum, the penny sales tax, getting out there and understanding what we needed, marketing the pieces, communicating with our community. So, yes, I feel very comfortable with operational leadership.
What about, what have you done to help cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment? And you can go from cigarettes to swearing to guns to COVID. I don't care. Just safe, orderly schools.
Okay. I think let me take you back to when I was a principal supervisor in Fulton County Schools. When I arrived in Fulton and I started to kind of conduct my 90-day plan, the first thing that I noticed was that we were suspending a lot of children, especially children of color. And one of the things that we were noticing is that there was really no, kids were being suspended for numerous reasons, right? And we didn't really have a really tight code of conduct. And so the first thing that I want to make sure within my district is why are we suspending so many kids of color? Why are the suspension rates so high? And so we started digging a little bit and using the problem of practice, theory that I always use is, okay, we know we have a problem. Why do we have a problem? What data are we using? And then we started to kind of meet with our principals, our community members, our teachers, our students, and we realized that we needed to do a lot better job in understanding children. And so number one, we started to work with our teachers and our principals. We started to make sure that certain suspensions and certain things that kids were now suspended for. If you're tardied, you should not be suspended. If you are late to class or you're absent, you should not be suspended for that. We need kids in seats. And so that's the first thing that we started to realize, the training, the communication. The next thing is that we needed to make a thorough look at our code of conduct. We needed to make sure that the discipline that occurred in the schools, there was an appropriate consequence for it. And so we did that as well. And then we just continue to communicate and continue to kind of hold principals accountable for the discipline and the data that they were demonstrating. So if there continued to be a high discipline, we would go in there and continue to work on that. So after a year and a half, we noticed that the suspension rates of all children, not just Black and Hispanic children, all children started to go down. And we started to actually see more orderly schools. We started to see safer schools. Kids actually wanted to be there because we were doing things differently. We were implementing different strategies, and that caused the schools in my learning community to move forward and have more order within their school system.
Thank you. Explain your experience in dealing with different programs, like special ed or federal, like Title I or career tech or at-risk students, the special programs.
Thank you. I've had a great career in 2 states and 3 districts, and one of the things I'm proud of is that I've taken a lot of risky moves, going from one state to the other, and then I actually, volunteering to take some of these jobs. So my last superintendent in Fulton County asked me if I wanted to be the assistant superintendent of student support services. And that was a job that had never been done before. And one of the things about that job is that I needed to ensure that a lot of departments communicated together. So in that role, I worked with Title I, special education, pre-K, athletics, ESOL, pre-K, I don't know if I mentioned that, and discipline. Hopefully I giving you 7 different ones. So, the discipline piece, of course, that led to me becoming the area superintendent. But in each of one of those roles, I had to work really hard to understand a lot of things, from federal programs to discipline to athletics policies to special education and Title I. So, worked on budgets in all those departments, worked on visioning in all those departments, worked on ensuring that we had a strategic plan for each one of those departments, made sure that I held people accountable for all those departments. So I have a lot of experiences working in, in Title I and all those special programs. That's, even from the very beginning of my career, I've been a special education teacher. And as a principal, I've worked in Title I schools. That's been my experience. So hopefully I've answered your question, Mrs. Brown.
You did, thank you.
Very good.
Is my time up, or do I have one more question? What is your experience in working with charter schools, magnet schools, and private schools?
So, my experiences in working with magnets and charter schools has been from the experience I have, done here in my current district, and also working in Palm Beach County schools. In Fulton County schools. My apologies. When I was in Fulton, I was the area superintendent, and one of the biggest things that we did as a school system was implement the charter system. And the reason I bring this up is because, a lot of our kids were leaving our public schools and going into charters and magnets. KIPP was a big charter school in Atlanta. And we had to start by asking a question, why were they leaving us? That was the biggest thing for us. Why are our kids leaving us? And we quickly realized, number one, parents want choices. They want quality choices. Number two, if you don't offer the choices, they're going to leave you. And so we started to look at that and started to think through what are the best ways to bring our kids back. So in Fulton, when I was the area superintendent, also as an assistant superintendent, the word charter system was incorporated. And it doesn't mean that we made everybody a charter. It doesn't mean that we approved every single charter. What it means is that we created governance for parents to have choices. And how did we handle that? Let me share an example. So when I was the area superintendent for my learning community, parents wanted Mandarin at one of my elementary schools. We didn't offer Mandarin. We didn't even know if that was the appropriate choice for that school. So a governance of parents that included the principal had very deep discussions about bringing Mandarin to that school. And so the parents had to make a decision whether the data supported it, and the data did support it. The parents brought a lot of research and a lot of data and said, you know what, Mandarin is the next language that we need to have because it's getting very popular, right? They wanted Spanish, they wanted Mandarin, but for this one, we will stick with Mandarin. So we approved it. But it wasn't just approved there. It needed to go to another group of individuals to see if we had the funding. So from there, we approved the funding. Mandarin was incorporated. The principal had to make sure that they developed the program for Mandarin. And at the end of the day, what we started to see is that parents really enjoyed having choices and bringing quality choices to those schools. I'm a person that always says, if I can't do the right job to make the public schools better and create better choices and career and technical choices and career and college and make sure that all our kids, whether you're white, brown, or black, you get to go to a school that provides a lot of choices, IB, Avid, A's, Cambridge, then parents should have a choice to take their kids wherever they want to go because we're not doing the job. But I'm always going to tell you this, as a future superintendent, and hopefully in Sarasota, I'm going to do my darnest to keep all parents here in public schools. So hopefully I've answered that question, Mrs. Brown.
Well, one question I have, and Mr. LaCava, so you set up a system of charter schools, but you funded them, so they were sort of more like magnet schools?
They were magnet schools.
But they had individual governing systems over the budget.
Yeah, and the superintendent was the one with the drive. We just needed to set, as an area superintendent, I needed to develop the governances and also how we were going to allow parents to bring information so they can have that discourse with the district and the principal.
And so they basically got the funding that they earned?
Not everybody did.
Okay.
Some choices were denied because, another choice was like they wanted elementary years IB. And if a school did not directly have a pattern from elementary to middle school to high school, we were not going to fund an elementary choice when there was not there had not been there had not been a pattern, right? So we needed to make sure that we made very educated and data-driven decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson?
My first question is, if you end up being the superintendent, how will you define success?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Robinson. There are a lot of ways to determine if a school system is successful. There's a lot of ways that we can really think about the success of a system. But I think when I have it in what I have in my mind as success is, number one, that a superintendent, number one, needs to have a really great relationship between the board and the superintendent. That's number one. I think that's it's been very clear from what I read. It's been very clear from what I've heard that the superintendent and the board have to have a very, very close relationship. It has to be developed. We have to be able to start talking about a strategic plan. We need to be able to start having transparent conversations where we are going to trust each other, where we are going to develop additional trust, and people in the community are going to know that, we are for real. The second thing that comes to mind when I think of, how do you define success, is a district that has great academic programs. It's a district that is providing kids with choices. It's a district that believes in acceleration of academics. I believe when all those things kind of come together, and we start to see growth, I think that's part A of that. The other thing is, how are we addressing that group of children that are not growing? I know that the Sarasota County Schools is highly successful. Graduation's moving up. Reading and math scores are moving up, but we still have a pool of children that we need to address quickly and we need to accelerate. So I think that's another piece that I believe will define success in Sarasota County Schools. The third is how we engage our community. For 100 years, public education has been trying to do this in isolation. For 100 years, we've been trying to do this alone. And I think the time has come that we need to do all of these things together. Education, partnerships, reaching across the line, working with our unions, working with principals, developing teachers, supporting teachers. There are people in this community that are dying to continue to support Sarasota, and there are new groups, retirees, philanthropists. There's a lot of individuals that really want to help. And you know what? Another piece of evidence that I know that Sarasota, the community really wants to help, is because the referendums have passed with majority votes. So I think if you get all those pieces together, board relationships, academics, working with the low, working with the high, and then the other piece, in regards to community building, I believe that is a good definition of success.
Going to the success as Chief Human Resource Officer, how would you recruit and retain good staff, specifically teachers?
Thank you. I believe that human capital is the heartbeat of a great district. I know that they're doing amazing things here in Sarasota. I know that they're recruiting, and I know recruiting great. And there's the retention rates here in Sarasota are really good as well. in regards to the recruitment and retention of teachers, that is something that we've been really thinking through in my current district. And what we notice is that the number one recruitment strategy is retention. So in the past, we used to set up these beautiful recruitment trips, send people across the country, and hope that a lot of college students would come out and that we would take the best of the crop. And that's no longer happening. A lot of kids and a lot of students and a lot of people are not going into education. And so we discovered that we had a problem. And the problem is that we cannot recruit 1,000 teachers every year. We can't do that. So the number one thing is that we need to make sure that we have strategies and that we have innovative strategies to make sure that we keep our teachers in the classroom. And the number one thing is about support. So I do two surveys in Palm Beach. I do an exit and I do an entry survey. The exit survey says we leave our buildings or our classrooms because we don't get the support. And then the other piece is about that was the exit. The entry, when we send out surveys during the year on why they stay, the same thing, because they get great support. And I think that's another piece that I've been able to do as a human capital chief is to build great support for our teachers, differentiated support for our teachers. I think it's so important, so critical to make sure that our teachers get supported. And the last thing is, in our Heart to Staff schools, it is very difficult to bring teachers in and keep them there as well. And I think we need to start kind of looking outside, developing local partnerships, developing national partnerships. I've been able to work with different universities and start thinking about growing our own. We have great paraprofessionals and we have great substitute teachers that some of them want to come back, some of them taking a break because they've raised children, and some of them are great paraprofessionals and want to go into the classroom, and they understand their kids in Heart to Staff schools. They get it. So why not invest in them as well? And then the last piece that I would say is really support teachers through the pay that they deserve. I think that we need to make sure that we're adequately supporting them financially and through benefits. And I think I've heard Mr. Robinson say this a couple times, in regards to teachers in Heart to Staff schools. How do we support them, whether it's with benefits or finances? I think we need to really think outside the box, because that's where they're needed.
Or culture.
Or culture.
Going to teacher salary, as the Chief Human Resource Officer, what would you think would be optimal, given all the constraints of budgeting and finance, what would be the optimal average teacher salary that you would strive for, average?
So I think teachers deserve as much money as we can possibly give them. If I could give them $100,000 a year, I would fight for that. I believe that based on the budgetary crisis that we're facing now and the possibility of more budget cuts, we need to be very, what's the word I'm looking for, realistic that we may not be able to pay them as much money as we want. But I think optimally, we have to make sure that we sit with the union. We need to sit down with the negotiators. We need to look at what the district has to offer and make sure that we're looking at from both sides. Number one, how do we support the teachers with the most amount of money that we can? But the other thing, we have to make sure that we're fiscally healthy, right? We just cannot go into our reserves and spend every single bit of money on teacher salaries, because we have other things that we need to support, kids and buildings and programs. So I think I don't want to give you an optimal number, because I would like to make sure that I understand where we stand financially, but I do believe that teachers should get paid as much as we can possibly give them.
You mentioned reserves. So given a range of reserves, minimum and maximum, what would you be looking for a range of reserve policy?
So I believe that in Sarasota, I think it's 7.5% that we need to keep in the reserves. So I would not want to go below that. And maybe I'm misquoting the number, but I really want to make sure that we have enough money in our reserves. So if something should happen, whether we have to continue, with schools closing down, and we need to invest virtual technology or in other pieces, or whether there's a hurricane, and I just found out that one of the hurricanes is named Gonzalo. It's number 7, so that would be bad. But I think we need to be fiscal conservatives, fiscally responsible to make sure that if other things should happen in the district, that we have the monies in reserves to address those pieces.
Besides getting money from the state and the feds, we have the ability to go out for a referendum. Right here, it's $1 million, but it could be higher. What would be an optimal that you would need on average spent per student to achieve your goals? Given the fact that if you could make the case out to the general public, get referendum dollars, how much money would you say, you were able to get your goals and the community was behind you? How much money average per student do you think you would want that you would be satisfied with?
So if I had one of the things about referendums and bonds is that I think it's an extension of trust between the school district and the board. And I believe that just like we talked about teachers, we need to make sure that we are fiscally responsible to our community. I think we need to be good stewards of the taxpayer money. I believe that we need to make sure that what we're asking the public is a realistic amount of money for our students. I don't think we can put a number on what we need for students. God, I would love to be like New York City, right? Getting $20,000 plus for each child, but I know that's not going to happen in Florida. So if we go out for a referendum, I want to make sure that I'm very transparent on what we're asking for, that I'm very clear on the things that we are going to ask of the public, and it's based off historicals, right? Looking at where have we been and where are we going? What is the money that has been appropriately used for education? And then we look at instructional data. If we know that we have been making, we've been impacting academics properly with the money that we have, why would we go and ask for more unless we are going to use the money in hardship staff schools? So I think we need to look at, we need to do a deep data dive. I need to work closely with the budget just to make sure that we are asking of the public what is appropriate. I just don't want to go out there and say, hey, we need all this money, and then we don't use it appropriately. So
you just talked about bonding and referendum, and so my next question has to do with those two issues. The main way in which we externally get more money is we could go out for a COPS process. We can go out to a referendum asking for bonding, or we can go out for a referendum, whether it's sales tax capital or millage operating. So given those three scenarios, when would you use which one? How would you as a superintendent decide whether you're going to go out for COPS, go for a referendum for bonding, or simply go out for a referendum for additional millage/sales tax?
Sure. Thank you for that question. In the span of working in 2 states and now my 2nd district, I've been able to work through and be part of the decision-making process of, my executive cabinet level, and also as an area superintendent in Fulton. In Fulton, I specifically went out. We worked together with the superintendent to go out and look for capital funding or capital monies to continue to build schools and to fix schools. We knew that based on the problems that we were addressing, we needed money to fund capital projects. So we were able and we were successful to attain over $900 million for that reason. But it was based on understanding the problems of the district. In Palm Beach, I was part of the penny sales tax bond, bond. And during that time, we knew that we needed to fix our schools. We were looking at the data. Some schools had not been fixed in a very long time. Some schools needed reparations. They needed to be refurbished. They needed new ACs. So we knew exactly that we needed to ask the school district for a penny sales tax so we could use that money for those pieces. And then after, the incidents that happened, the unfortunate incidents that happened in Sarasota County Schools in Broward with Stoneman Douglas, we knew that there were laws that were going to be passed. and we were going to have to address some of those issues. So we went out for another referendum to address mental health, the addition of police officers, the arts, teacher pay. So the reason we went after that is because we understood what was going to happen in the near future. So all those different scenarios were based off problems we were trying to solve and data that we knew that we had, and we were very specific on why we were trying to get those referendums, those bonds, to address those issues that the districts were going to have.
And my last question, because of time, would be, what are your thoughts on zero-based budgeting?
So I've worked in Orange County Public Schools and also in Fulton County Schools where we used a zero-based budgeting. And what was great about zero-based budgeting is that as a principal, I was able to make those decisions based on data and the best decisions for kids. When I was given a certain amount of money, I was able to either move it to where I thought was best, and I was given choices and I was given independence to make the best decisions for kids. And sometimes when you're not doing zero-based budgeting, you get a little constrained in pieces. But I do believe that, and when we're looking at kids and we're looking at equity and we're looking at hard-to-staff schools, if I'm a principal and I believe that I want to invest in a certain area, it allows me the flexibility to do that.
Thank you.
Mr. Ziegler?
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. One of my questions are going to be all around leadership. In particular, I'd like you to describe your leadership style, but specifically since your background's been on the human capital side, can you not only describe your leadership style, but also methods that you have found to be most effective in the supervision, building rapport with staff, and establishing a culture for the district-wide?
You know, being a leader, one of the things I believe in is to treat people with respect and with dignity. And I have been a leader for over 15 years and in public education for 23 years. And I think the way I get the best results is through that method, right? Being respectful and making sure that there's dignity in how we approach, my staff. The other thing is, I'm a type of person as a leader that likes to set expectations, and also ensures that people understand who I am. I think when you work for people, and they walk in and they don't share with you their leadership style, who they are, what they're expecting, who they are, where we're going, you're kind of in a vacuum and you don't really know, a lot about that person. So I think let's talk about, the respect, treating people with dignity, making sure I share my expectations, making sure that we are working together to develop goals, develop, from the standpoint of, the expectations for people and building accountability systems, but at the same time, making sure that people are independent as well. I don't like to micromanage my leaders. When I was working as a principal or I was a principal supervisor, I always made sure that I hired the best type of people. I hired the best leaders to my team, and made sure that I gave them independence. And I like, the entire piece in regards to theory of completed work. I want to make sure that, that I hire you, that I train you, that I support you, that I coach you, and give you an assignment, and then let you go and do it. And then I'm hoping that you won't come back every single minute to kind of be directed to do the work, because I want to continue to coach you so you can do it independently. So I'm a person that also believes in the independence factor as well. But other than that, I truly believe that leadership is all about, people, collaboration, communication. And the last thing I want to say is that this is a people business, right? If I can't treat my employees with the respect and the dignity that they deserve, then I'm not going to get anywhere. We're not going to get anywhere. So hopefully I've answered that.
Thank you for that. And I do have a question about communication, but I believe it's kind of facilitated in the response you just gave. But so I'm going to take a transition over to what is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it, and how did you adapt?
So being a leader in Florida and in Georgia, I wish I could have done a lot of things differently. There's probably been a lot of events in my life that I believe that could have been done differently. There are so many things, from being a principal to being a principal supervisor to the chief of human resources, that I wish that I could have taken different strategies. So if I had to think of one piece, one of my biggest professional disappointments is probably when I was the executive director for special education. During that time, there was let me explain a little bit about Atlanta. Atlanta has the highest number of special education attorneys in the country. And in being the special education executive director, we started to notice that we were investing a lot of resources into paraprofessionals. We were investing a lot of resources into, resources that were not even being used at the schools. And sometimes the IEPs were not even being followed, right? So we wanted to make sure that we addressed a lot of the concerns, that we addressed a lot of the issues that were happening as the executive director for special education. And, like I treat everything with data and problem solving, I thought I knew the answer. I thought, hey, listen, I know what it is. I'm going to implement this piece immediately. And sometimes in education, we all think we know the answers. I think we jump a couple of hoops and we go straight to the implementation piece, and then there's a lot of time wasted and a lot of wasted resources. And so during that episode, I decided I'm going to implement. And you know what? I left a couple of things outside of my solution. Number one, the communication with the parents. Knowing that we had a difficult, we had challenging, environment in regards to special education, I should have have this conversation from the very beginning with our parents and our constituents and our advocates, just to make sure that they were part of the problem solving, the problem solving piece. I didn't do that. The second thing is that I continue to, ignore the community and say, hey, listen, we want to be part of this. Why can't you involve us? So anyway, after much heated calls to my office and conversation with advocacy groups, I decided, you know what? I'm going to have meetings with them throughout the entire county in Fulton, and we're going to try to have these conversations. And, as we started to have better conversations, there was more transparency. We talked about other solutions. We talked about, other ideas and other strategies. You know what? It actually worked out for the best. But I wish, and I do now, always start with making sure everybody that needs to be involved is involved. Make sure you're transparent. Don't try to make decisions because you think you know the answer, because there may be more to that. But that was probably my biggest disappointment in how I adopted and how I changed my leadership style for the better and now.
Very good. Thank you. How do you hold yourself accountable and your staff accountable?
So I am a big believer in accountability. I believe that once you propose, goals and expectations, once you help the people understand where you're headed, I truly believe that we must have a very strong accountability system. And an accountability system just doesn't mean that I'm going to tell you to give me a SMART goal and then we're never going to talk about it ever again. I would say that when I'm looking at the staff, the number one piece is to make sure that they understand the expectation, that they understand the goal, that they understand the reasons that we are doing it, that they're supported by data, that they are supported by sound reason and not just because Dr. LaCava woke up one day and he wanted to do this and now it's your problem. I think the other piece in regards to holding my staff accountable is to make sure that I am coaching them up as I go. Yes, I'm going to give you this project. I want you to be independent. But when you feel like you've reached a point that you can't go any further. I truly believe that everything we do, we must be coached up. And then, continue to provide continuous improvement through feedback, maybe proposing different ways of doing it, giving different solutions and different ideas so they can go back and continue to do the work. In regards to how I hold myself accountable, I think that is daily. I think there's a lot of people that I hope hold me accountable. God, my wife, my boss. I hold myself so accountable to make sure that I'm doing the best type of work for the system. And one of the things that I always tell people is that if you're going to hold me accountable, please make sure that you're honest and just tell me how it is. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't tell me I'm doing a great job. And then at the end, you tell me I'm not. But I love to take great feedback. I feel that that helps me to grow as a leader as well.
And my final question, and in the previous questions before, I used COVID-19 as an example, but that does not have to be the one that you have to answer. But particularly in leadership roles, there are a number of times where you're tasked with challenges that don't have an obvious, easy solution, so much that there are apparently no right answer, 2 wrong answers, and you having to pick that path. Can you talk me through, or us through, the process of decision making in those scenarios? And again, you don't have to specifically address COVID-19, but I used it as an example with the prior discussion, so answer however you feel appropriate.
Yeah. Well, I chose this job because I knew that there were going to be challenges. I knew that there was going to be issues through my leadership career that I was going to have to address. And today we are living in probably one of the most challenging times ever. We're dealing with the COVID-19. We're dealing with uncertainties on when we're coming back. We're dealing with possibility of future budget cuts and further budget cuts. We're just dealing with, we're still recovering from the Stoneman Douglas issues that occurred about 2 years ago. But if I'm going to take anything, let's stay with COVID-19.
There are many people in the public also.
Yes.
It's a good one to see.
So, I'm always going to, in regards to this challenge and how I would, the process and decision making, I think the first thing when we work in public schools is that I'm always going to lean on the safety and security of kids and staff. That's the first thing. If I can really start with that in mind, how do we keep students safe? How do we keep staff safe? And then if we decide that the best solution is to bring them back to school, how do we ensure that our parents and our grandparents are safe as well? So that's number one. I think the second thing is that we need to make sure that in any challenge that we start talking to everybody that needs to be involved quickly. I made that decision, that mistake before as a special education executive director, but never again. And I truly believe that, whether it's medical, whether it's our parents, whether it's our grandparents, whether it's, teachers and staff, we need to bring them to the table. And of course, I want to make sure that as the superintendent, that I'm constantly communicating, to the board, to my staff. There should not be anything hidden. The next thing about dealing with challenges in regards to communication is, when we're planning and when we're making decisions, final decisions, it is very important that this board understand my best thinking, that this board understand why we're making decisions, why we've decided, to go in this direction and not direct. Of course, it was because of communication, because of the data. But I want to make sure that I keep everybody abreast. And then finally, we need to make sure that we provide choices for people. We need to make sure that they have opportunities to make the best choice for themselves. And I think this is not going to be, the COVID-19 pandemic is not a... There's no easy decisions to this. I mean, if you do this, then 50% of the people are saying that. But I think at the end of the day, if we make decisions with sound thinking and sound decision making and a good problem solving model, I think everybody at least understands the facts. They might not know, they may not agree on everything, but at least the facts and the reasons for making those decisions.
Very good. Thank you so much. That concludes my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Eaton.
All right. What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education? How would you support your staff to successfully and respectfully reach out to such families?
Thank you for that question. As a little boy, growing up, I could tell you that I am part of the generational poverty that everybody talks about. I went to school every single day. I was asked to be in high-level programming. I had people that said, hey, you need to take these courses. You need to go in this direction. But I never had parents that fully understood the system in America, right? They came from another country. They did things differently in another country. And so my parents could never provide me with the direction that I needed to really engage in the American public school system. My parents also are my parents, great people, love them. So if they're watching, amazing people. But they also struggled with, just trying to interact with people with high-level degrees. You had a master's, you had a doctor's. They were very intimidated by that. And so a lot of the times they just decided if they're the professionals, they know best. So I wish they would have been more involved. And that's what I've made it a goal in my life, to be highly involved with Isabella and Sebastian. But I think that the number one thing that we can do as a system, and I will continue to push as a superintendent, is that we need to make sure that we train our parents on understanding the system. And what I mean by that is this. I think we need to make sure that I know that Sarasota has a parent university, and there's a lot of trainings and a lot of pieces that we're doing here. But I think when I'm thinking about parents like my parents, is making sure that they understand all the avenues, right? From kindergarten, from pre-K, all the way to their senior year, making sure that they understand how to get into choice classes, how to make sure they have the best options, how to get into a performing arts program, how do I get in an international baccalaureate program? And then when they get to college, how do they make sure that they understand how to get financial aid? How do they even get a cap and gown? I think those may seem silly, those little pieces, but to my parents, they weren't silly because they didn't know. And thank God I was the type of person that took it upon myself to do these things on my own, because I did that on my own. And I think a lot of kids that look like me do these things on their own. But I think the training piece, the awareness piece, the making sure that they understand the system. And then my staff also, we need to continue to provide support and training and awareness to the staff. I think there's a lot of principals right now that do this well. But we just need to continue with the awareness, and we just need to let them know that some parents just don't come into schools because they don't want to. They're just a little bit intimidated. So how are we welcoming parents parents just like mine? So Ms. Zucker, thank you for that question.
Considering the many decisions that faces any superintendent, how and what input do you currently obtain from your students, teachers, parents, staff, school administration, and the business community who are directly affected by those decisions?
Yeah, the decision-making process should never be done in isolation. I think I've been very clear from the mistake I shared with Mrs. Ziegler to the successes I've had, making sure that I bring everybody up to speed. In regards to students, if I was your superintendent, we just need to continue to communicate in whatever means possible, whether it's teachers, whether it's communication, social media, staff, any decisions that we make or I make as a superintendent or my staff need to be communicated to staff and principals. They need to be at the table. I need to make sure that I'm out and about in regards to meeting with my staff, meeting with the Principals Association, making sure that the assistant principals know any decisions that are coming down. I know that sometimes when principals feel offended, that's the reason. We're not communicating clearly and we're not communicating enough. In regards to how do we, inform the business community, again, going to where they're at, not waiting for them to come to us. going to them, making sure that I am sharing everything that is happening in the district. If it's a strategic plan that the board and the superintendent is planning, how do we get them to rally around us to really get invigorated about a strategic plan? It's for me to go out them and tell them all about it, right? It's to create a forum for discussion. It's to create a forum for that they know that we want to work for them. But I think, I was talking to you earlier on, and I think that for a very long time, public schools try to do a lot of these things in isolation, and we need to make sure that we bring everybody along. And the best way to do this is by creating a system of communication, collaboration, and strong relationships with every single one of these constituent groups.
Describe a time when you had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn. What did you do, and what lessons were learned during this?
Thank you for that question. This happens a lot. I think change is very difficult, especially when you want to make changes. People are sometimes don't want to move away, don't want to have another program, or do something different. And let me share an experience when I first started as the Chief of Human Resources. We were about to close a technical school down, and the technical school was losing enrollment, and we had very little amounts of kids, so we decided, okay, the best way to do this is to close the school down and send students to two different middle schools, and also send teachers to different middle schools as well. And when we started thinking about the closure, we started thinking about, okay, what are the things that we've missed? What are some things that we've done well? And we've noticed that we had not continually informed our students and our parents. And our parents were unsure why we were closing down a school that's been so successful. Why are we moving kids to different schools? So there was a lot of whys that we had not shared with our parents and not answered. So we had to take a step back. We really had to start looking at why we were doing it. We had to really start thinking about, could there be a better way to do this? And also with even our staff was unsure of the next steps. They were not sure if we were going to, move them. Is this a voluntary transfer? We had not explained that very well. So we had to take a step back, restart the entire process. We needed to re-communicate with our parents, informing them of the reasons we were closing the schools. Also, we need to go back and start improving our communication style with our staff and informing them of a voluntary, of where they could go, how we were going to help them. We just created an entire communication timeline. And so once we took a step back, they fully understood the reasons. And again, we didn't get 100% buy-in, but more people understood why we had taken the step to close the school and moving people out.
Presenting information in a highly charged situation and to a variety of groups is a part of the superintendent's job. Give an example of how you have encountered opposition and how you dealt with the resulting situation.
Yes. So when I was an area superintendent, one of the things that was happening is that we were making a lot of change to the curriculum, a lot of change to the pedagogy. We were making changes, and one of the things that was occurring is that we were trying to get more students to have better opportunities. And as an area superintendent, we noticed that a lot of the brown and black kids were not getting into advanced placement classes. A lot of our students were not given that opportunity. And as we started to dig into the reasons why, we noticed that there was a recommendation policy that the only way they got into classes was through a recommendation, not through potential, but a recommendation. And so we started to dig into that a little bit. We started to ask questions. We started to talk to principals. We started to talk to teachers in regards to why don't we have a better representation. And immediately I could sense that there was a wall that was put up. Well, we only want to accept certain types of kids that do volunteer hours, or kids that don't have any referrals, or kids that have not been absent more than 5 days. we started to get a lot of pushback. We started to get a lot of opposition. Even the parents started to oppose, the possibility of where we were heading. We hadn't even said what we were going to do. We were just kind of like looking into the reasons that more kids deserve to deserve higher level classes. So the way we started to address, or I started to address the opposition, is to start having conversations on why it is so important for kids of color to be in high-level classes. We know the research is very clear. The higher expectation, the higher the level of classes, the better they're going to do. The graduations are going to improve. More kids are going to take advanced placement classes, better ACT, SAT. And so we started to conduct those conversations. And in addition, we started to train individuals on the best way to admit kids into advanced placement classes. Principals were also part of that training and that communication. And through this decision-making, this problem-solving model, through this communication, through this transparency, we started to see the next year, we changed our policies too in regards to just admitting kids based on recommendation and conduct. And we started to see more kids take part in advanced placement classes. After 2 years, we started to see more kids taking the advanced placement test. SAT scores went up. We've improved graduation for all students, including Black and Hispanic. And I truly believe, whether that's indirect or direct, that had an impact on those high schools that we were dealing with. And that the opposition was quickly started to diminish once they started to see the data, and once they started to see that a lot of the students were doing well. And I think sometimes there are myths and untruths, and I think when you can show them the reality of what it can do for kids, that opposition started to kind of disappear. So thank you.
What more? How would you develop an understanding of the complexities of our school system by the public and ensure that the public be informed on important matters? How would you ensure the school board be informed on important matters?
Yeah. So let me start with the board, and then, if you don't mind, I can jump into how we can form the community. The most important relationship that I can have with the board is the development of this relationship. I believe that unless we start off on a really good footing, which is the development of this relationship, we're not going to be successful. I think within the first day I signed this contract with the board, it is imperative that I start to have a system of collaboration, communications, expectations. It's so important for me to understand your hopes, your challenges. It's very important for me to understand where you want the district to be in a year, 5 years, and 10 years. So I think it's very important for us to start kind of working together to build that relationship. I understand that we're not going to agree on everything, but my number one job is to make sure that I'm communicating very clearly with the board. The second thing about the board relationship is that we need to make sure that there's a structure for communicating. That how do you want to communicate? What are the things that you want me to bring? Are we going to have an agenda when we meet? Are you going to bring items for me? Are you going to give me some time ahead of our meeting what you want to say, what you want to see, and what data do you want me to bring? There needs to be a structure of one-on-one meetings. There needs to be a structure on how you will communicate with my staff, my senior leadership team. Do you need certain things from my senior leadership team? How we're going to get my senior leadership team call you prior to board meetings so you're well informed of all the things that are coming to the board, whether it's board workshops or a decision on a policy, whether it's data. I think you need a preview prior to getting to the board. The other thing is the structure on how we are going to engage when we're, in public and we're at a board meeting. How are we going to talk to each other? How are we going to treat each other? How do you want me to address you? I think that the best way to build a relationship is not to, to throw things out in public and harm our relationship. But I think if there's anything that needs to be said, let's do it during our one-on-one meeting. If you think I did something that was inappropriate or did not, exude a professionalism, please let me know. Provide that feedback for me. But I think it's one of the most important things that I can do as a superintendent is build this relationship very early on. And the job of the superintendent is make sure that I am transparent with you, and also, be there for you. If you're going to be at an event, if you're going to be somewhere, I want to be there for you. I want to be that support for you as well. I think in regards to the community, as I've said before, we need to make sure that we start reaching across the aisle. It is very important that we involve every single group into our discussions. They need to know that we are serious about working together. And I always like to say this, we can't do any of this alone. None of this work can be done by ourselves. We really need the community to be involved, the community to be by our side. We need to make sure that if they can provide human capital, or is it financing, or is it that retirees want to come in and be volunteers and help our kids, we really need to make sure that we develop these communication styles, because there's a lot of complexities and challenges that Sarasota is going to be facing. We need to close achievement gaps. We need to continue to reduce the number of kids not reading at grade level. We need to make sure that kids are at level in math in math by the 8th grade. So the best way to do this is together with the community. So I really want them by my side, and it is my job to make sure that I rally and get them excited about whether it's our strategic plan that the board and I are going to work on, or the goals that we have, and how can they support the initiatives, and how can they support the goals of whatever we are going to build together. So thank you.
How do you feel about the board interacting with your senior staff? Do you think they should go through you? Do you feel comfortable with them going directly to staff and talking to staff?
Yeah.
And at what level would you like that communication?
Yeah. So I work for the board. And one of the things I in all my jobs that I've been at, and whether it's in Atlanta, whether it's here, as an executive director, I've always worked directly with my board. And I think the best way is for the board to communicate directly with my staff. There shouldn't be a middle person. And I want to make sure that I'm very clear on this. Once we develop our structure, once we develop our communication, if that's what we develop as a team, that you want to talk directly to my staff, I don't have a problem with that. I know that they're going to inform me of what they discuss, so I'm aware of what to share with you, and there's no surprises. But I don't believe there should be anything hidden. I don't think there should be anything mysterious. I work for you, they work for me. We're going to set goals together. There's going to be expectations that we're going to do. We're going to put together. So really, there's no mystery about this. I think we can work as a team, and if that's what we decide to do, work as a team and communicate up and down. And of course, if they don't know an answer, I'm going to come to their defense. If they feel like, maybe that they were treated indifferently, I'm going to come to their defense and say, you know what, we need to work together. This is my team. They want to do great things for you. But no, I think in whichever way we decide to work together, that's the way it's going to be. And I think it's, I've never worked in an environment where I needed to go to my superintendent, to a board, or to a board to a superintendent. I feel very comfortable with that as well.
Thank you. There are some superintendents that require that, and that's when the trouble starts. So,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, can we have Ms. Goodwin? Did you ask questions? Can Ms. Goodwin ask questions?
Oh, God. Mrs. Goodwin. Thank you, Eric.
Welcome, Dr. LaCava.
Thank you, Mrs.
We're happy to have you here. I'm going to ask you some questions now about something near and dear to our hearts, which is instructional excellence. And I want to start with a question. Eliminating the achievement gap is a must. What approach would you pursue? What leadership and guidance would you provide?
So, in the experience that I've had in closing achievement gaps and accelerating academics and increasing learning gains and making sure that kids get a successful education, one of the things I've noticed is that in schools that I visited as a leader, one of the things that are happening is that we are too broad, right? There's too many things that are happening in those schools. And I'm not saying, let me make sure I'm very clear. There are great teachers and great leaders in those schools, but what I've noticed is that sometimes there's way too many things occurring. And if we are to close the achievement gap in some of our hardest staff schools or our neediest schools, one of the things that must happen is that there needs to be focus and urgency. And I've noticed that sometimes there's a lack of focus, and sometimes there's a little bit of, there's not enough urgency to move the needle. And I think it's nobody's fault but the superintendent and the leaders that are providing the guidance, because we don't coach people on what to focus on and how to lead with urgency. So in the schools that I've worked in that the achievement gap is not closing fast enough, I have worked closely with principals to ensure that we look at the whole programming. What are you doing that can kind of be put to the side for later, and can we focus on reading and math? Because we know that reading and math is the number one thing that we can do for young kids, especially those that are coming into our pre-K. Most of the time, they're coming in with a word gap. They already are behind by 30 million words, and we need to make sure that how do we accelerate that? And if we're not able to get them at the earliest ages, in regards to elementary school, it gets even tougher as they get to middle school and high school. So focus on early education, focus on supporting our teachers, and by the time they get to the third grade, I want to make sure that all our kids are reading at grade level. I know it's a tough goal, but that should be the goal of any district, to make sure that kids are reading at grade level, all of them. But to continue on my strategy, right? Make sure that they understand that we're going to be working on reading and math. Make sure that I support their teachers on how to address this correctly. Sometimes you go into a school and a lot of them are not doing whole group to small group. They may be doing whole group, and they're not using, the best literacy strategies possible. So we need to make sure that we address that as well. Once we do that, the next thing that must happen is that the goals and expectations must be very clear. And then there needs to be accountability behind that. And the way that I hold people accountable when we're trying to close the achievement gaps is to make sure that we're going into classrooms. Yes, the superintendent needs to be in classrooms. Yes, the senior staff needs to be in classrooms. Yes, all the support staff need to be in classrooms to make sure that we are providing guidance, that we are letting them know what they're doing well and where they need a little additional help. And then just the whole continuous improvement piece. If we see that something's not working, don't wait till the end of the year. Act on it now. And just continue to make sure that we are either, do they need more human capital? Do they need more training? Do they need to be held accountable a little bit tighter? But at the end of the day, it's all about focus and urgency. And if I am your superintendent, that's one thing that I'll bring to the table: focus and extreme urgency.
What measures have you used that are outside of test scores, if needed, to measure student achievement, and why do you use these alternate measures?
So let me be clear about assessments and data. I think there's way too much data out there. I think a lot of the data already tells us the same thing over and over and over, over again. If kids can't read, they can't read. And if kids can't compute, they can't compute. So I think, the measurements that are used for student achievement there shouldn't be too many of them. So let me start with that piece. I think that if we are going to really understand why kids are not learning, there's a lot of informal and formal assessments that are being done in schools. There's a lot, we can learn a lot from FSA scores, and we can learn a lot from end of the year course exams, and we can learn a lot from, every 9 weeks, looking at, chapter tests. But I think the number one thing is that for teachers to be taught how to use the data correctly and use the data that they already have well. I don't want them to have to use any additional data formats or anything like that. I just think that they already have it. And in using alternate measures, I don't want to say that I'm going to add any alternative measures. I think there's way too much data and achievement and measures already. I think they can make great decisions, and teachers are very smart and very talented. I think that they know exactly what they need to do. And I think it really comes back to the district, and it comes back to me on how I can support them to move kids. It's not... Listen, teachers are great. The number one indicator of success is the teacher. And so we need to help them to support their kids, and how do they, and how to focus and have urgency around that. So I don't think I would, add any more measures or assessments. I think they have enough. They just need the support from the district and the superintendent to move forward.
Has your district made support services an integral part of students' achievement? Describe your role in this.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Has your district made support services an integral part of student achievement? Describe your role in this.
Yes, support services is one of the best things that we can provide, teachers and students with. Over the course of my career, I was the assistant superintendent of student support in Fulton, and the same strategies have been used in my current district. I can tell you that if we're not providing students with these support services, they're not going to be successful. I think it needs to play an important role in the district. I think what I've seen done, and when I was the assistant superintendent in Fulton number 1, we provided medical help for some of our families in some of these hard-to-staff schools. When we started providing medical services free of charge, we started to see an increase in attendance. When we started in providing mental health as well, we started to see a lot of kids doing better in academically. And in my current district, we passed a referendum to ensure we increase the number of mental health counselors to continue to assist and support our students and our staff as well. But I see support services as such an important piece of improving academics, increasing achievement, making sure that kids feel welcome. There's so many support services that we can provide, and also support services to our parents. I think if our parents don't have the tools and they don't feel supported, or they have the right mental health, then kids are going to suffer from that as well. But I think it's so important that wraparound services be an integral part of any educational system.
How do you balance the needs of special populations such as ESE, ELL, and students traditionally referred to as gifted and talented?
Every kid deserves a quality education. Every child deserves to be supported, whether you're a gifted student or whether you're an ELL student or a special education student. And when I think about the support that they deserve and what I've done in the past, let me share just a couple of ideas about supporting the needs of ELL and gifted. I think that sometimes, let's start with the gifted, that we ignore our gifted population because we think that they're so smart. And they don't need to be challenged, and they don't need rigorous courses. An example is my daughter. She's gifted. And the courses that she sometimes gets is not enough. And what happens when a child is not engaged? They get a little bit bored. The other thing is with special education children, one of the things that we need to provide them as well is a balanced education as well. They need to be provided with rigorous courses. They need to be provided with an education that gets them to the next level. And of course, as a former ELL student, it is so important to provide good quality ESOL and bilingual education to make sure that they're moving to the next level as well. So I think all those strategies and all those ideas are very important to make sure that every single one of those subgroups have a balanced education, and that they're able to thrive once they leave school, and that they're able to be successful once they get to college, or have a career. I truly believe that they need a balanced education.
Give some examples of previous efforts and involvement with career and technical education.
So the first example that comes to mind in regards to college and career, college and technical education is that, my daughter is part of a college and career technical education. She's in the medical program, and I truly believe it's a fantastic program for students. I truly believe that all kids should be provided with, with an education in college and career ed. I think there's so many great professions that are being developed, even ones that we don't even know. And I think students are not going to all go to college. And I think we also need to provide them with additional opportunities. And so when I was in Fulton County Schools as an area superintendent, these are the type of things that we were trying to provide our parents with: options and great career and college opportunities, whether it's that they were on a college track or whether it was, in a career and technical aspect, whether it's movie making and film making, whether it's working for Porsche or whether it was working for Mercedes-Benz. We were trying to make sure that we had those relationships with those entities, those groups. We were trying to make sure that kids had options and kids were provided with the means to be successful, not only at school but when they leave. I hope that when Isabella graduates, that she'll take her medical background and what she's learned in the medical program and move on to become a nurse or a doctor or whatever she wants to be. But I think it's a very important part of a whole education for a child.
How am I in time?
You can ask another question if you want.
Okay. What sort of unique, creative, inspired, out-of-the-box idea did you implement that saw results in improving student achievement?
Let's think. I would say, going back to the focus question and going back to the to providing urgency and focus around some of my Heart to Staff schools in Fulton County schools. When I was an instructional leader, a principal supervisor, one of the things that we started to see is that our kids were not learning, were not achieving and reading as quickly as possible. And when I was at that school, one of the things that was not happening is that there was not quality small group instruction occurring at some of these Fulton County schools. So one of the things that I started to do with my group and working with teachers is really to start providing an opportunity to work together. I think we created an impact school district where there were 7 schools, and in those 7 schools, we started to provide complete and focused attention to them only. I actually moved my executive director to those 7 schools, and we started to live in those schools. So he was the principal at the school, providing support for the principal, providing support to the teachers. And then the next thing that we did that I think is outside of the box thinking is that we started to move the resources from the central office where I was at in the central learning community, and we started to move those resources into the schools. What was happening is that we were able to kind of start, number one, monitoring a little bit better, holding teachers accountable a lot, making sure that we were providing feedback, immediate feedback. And of course, we had about 7 people in my support team, and we knew that some schools needed a little bit of support, but these schools needed a lot of support. And with that came instructional rounds. And the instructional rounds at the time, it was out of the box thinking. And the reason I say that is that we were using teachers, and we were bringing teachers along to go into classrooms so they could see their peers and they could provide feedback to their peers. And then that actually provided a little bit of, it helped us to justify things. When teachers provide feedback to teachers, it comes out in a lot different way. when we give feedback to a teacher, it's just, oh, those district people out there, they just want to kind of tell me what they're doing, but they're not teaching, they're not even working. So a lot of those pieces, living in the school, providing an additional a leader to help the principals, providing my staff to provide additional support to the teachers. That was one thing that we did because we had to make sure that those schools were turned around immediately. So I believe that's an out of the box thinking that worked well. And we started to see a lot of results. We started to see more of the subgroups grow from, the low 70s to the high 80s. At the time, there was CRCT, and we had to use a lot of the, DRAs and STAR assessment. But we did see a lot of results because we were living in those classrooms.
Okay.
Thank you.
You do have 5 minutes to sum up, but before we do that, is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board before your summation?
No.
I think you've shared, right?
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for the board members?
Do I have any questions? I think I have a closing statement, and then
You can do the closing.
I have a question. So I just want to let you know that I've been very excited about being in Sarasota County Schools for the last day and a half. Over the last 23 years, I hope that you see that in my resume, and hopefully some of the examples that I shared today, that you see that I've been preparing myself for this very moment. I've been preparing myself and taking risks and gone from state to state and different and taking different positions to prepare myself. And I'm ready for the challenges that Sarasota County Schools has to offer. I know that we are in a very challenging time. You need a person that can kind of get off running and move forward, and you don't have a lot of time to train people. You don't have a lot of time to hold hands. There's a budgetary piece looming, and we need to get kids back to school or some type of semblance of school. And so I think one of the pieces that I want to leave with you is that I'm ready. I truly believe that I'm ready to work with the board. I'm ready to work with my senior staff. I'm ready to really build relationships with the community. I'm really ready to kind of accelerate academics. And I just truly hope that when you're making your decision about the superintendent, that you take all this into consideration. And I really want to thank you for everything that you've done. It's been a great day, and I can't wait tomorrow to have these one-on-one meetings to kind of get to know each other a little bit better. But thank you very much for just being here and your support and the questions you've asked.
Thank you. Thank you for your interest and participation in this process. This evening, you'll be participating in a modified meet and greet using live stream format. And tomorrow you will meet with us individually. And please let FSBA staff know if you have any questions or concerns. And we look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Do you? Oh, wow. I'll be watching. Yes. So you all are going to do, are you making the mask decision tomorrow? Are you making that decision tomorrow? You don't know yet? Yeah, of course. Nope, not in this condition. In this condition, it's going to be hard to make everybody happy. I was told. Is it? I was told.
Apologies.
I do. You are. I think you are too, a little bit.
All right, I think we are all here right now. We should get started. And our next candidate interview is Miss Maria Esquerdo. That close enough?
That is perfect, Chair Sucker.
I'd like to start by introducing the board members. I'm Caroline Zucker, the chair. Shirley?
Shirley Brown, Vice Chair.
Bridget Ziegler, normally much more punctual.
Jane Goodwin.
Eric Robinson.
And key staff in the room. He's going to beat me up if I don't say his name right. Is Craig?
Mr. Craig.
Miniglio.
Close enough.
You nailed it. You nailed it.
And most important is our administrative assistant, Miss Kathy Tompkins. She's the one that does everything, keeps us straight.
Good.
Otherwise, we'd be lost, so thanks, Kathy. We have 90 minutes for our board interview this afternoon, and you will have 5 minutes to provide an opening statement. Each board member will ask a series of thematically based questions regarding operations, business and finance, personal leadership, instructional excellence, and board and staff community relations. Each board member is allocated 15 minutes and is prepared to ask up to 5 questions. The number of questions each get will depend on the length of your responses. And you will have time at the end of the meeting to also for your final thoughts. We will start by allowing you 5 minutes for any opening comments that you have.
Thank you so much, Chair Zucker. Can you hear me okay? Do I need to raise my voice?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get closer to the mic. How's that? First of all, I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity and most of all for the hospitality. I feel very welcome here, even before arriving in Sarasota. Folks sending me emails and tweeting and replying to Facebook, and just very kind, welcoming people that are part of this community, and I'm very grateful to be here. And I'm happy to be able to finally be here to provide you with some feedback as to who I am, what I'm about, and what my 29 years of experience have brought that I can bring to this county, to this great county. Education has been my life's work, my passion. I've been in education my entire adult life. I'm a lifelong educator, a wife. My husband and I just recently celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary during quarantine. That was very fun. We're looking forward to celebrating it abroad at some point. I'm the mother of 3. I have 2 adult children. I have a son, 24, Evan, who just graduated last year from the University of Florida in accounting. Yes, go Gators. And I also have a daughter who had her last semester distance learning from the University of Florida, and she just graduated from the University of Florida in telecommunications, and a minor in computer science. And I have a 3rd child who came to Sarasota with me today. She's a 16-year-old student athlete. She plays travel soccer, and she will be a junior in the fall. Growing up, I was the child of working-class immigrants. I was an English language learner as well. I was raised primarily by a single mom who taught me great work ethic and also taught me the value of education and what a great education would be able to provide me in terms of opportunities in my life. As a child, school was my happy place. I frequently say that. I think I might have said that in my video, but that is truly my leadership story. School was my happy place. I found happiness. I had a lot of challenges at home in the community that I grew up in. And when I came to school, I shed all those challenges, and I found teachers and support staff that loved me, that inspired me to achieve, that gave me a voice, that gave me confidence, and just, it was really, truly my happy place. And I've made my lifelong mission to create environments, whether they are at a school site or in a region or at a central office of an entire district, to make school a happy place for children from whatever zip code they come from and whatever background they have. I'm also a federal Pell Grant recipient, and because of that opportunity, I was able to be the first in my family to go to college. I also was the first in my family to own their own home. I was the first in my family to travel abroad. And I actually was the first person in my family to follow her vocation and her passion rather than finding a job to make ends meet. As an educator, my North Star has always been to build that supportive environment for children. I've been a teacher, I've been an assistant principal, a director at the state level. I've been a deputy chief of staff, an assistant superintendent, and now an associate superintendent or chief academic officer in Miami-Dade. My entire professional life has been devoted to serving the children in the state of Florida. I know that I'm ready, I am eager, and Sarasota, to me, just fits. I believe that Sarasota County is an ideal place for the next chapter of my professional life. There have been, for many reasons. So in the last year and a half or so, there's been several openings or vacancies for superintendent across the state. I do feel that I need to stay in the state of Florida. It calls to me. I'm a Floridian. I was born in Florida. And I've bypassed those opportunities, some of them pretty attractive ones. But I've done my research, I've read news articles, I've watched board meetings, I've considered whether I feel that that community is somewhere that I would fit in and that would be one that fit my family. And because of that, I did not apply. The reason I'm before you today is because after doing these things here, I am convinced that my leadership style, my experience, and my expertise are very much aligned to the work ahead in Sarasota County. You are a fantastic school district. You have amazing outcomes. And I feel that there is opportunity to even do far greater things. To be an A, not only as a school district, but to be an A for all students, whether they're English language learners, whether they're Black students, whether they're students with disabilities, students that are homeless or in foster care. And I feel that I can help you achieve that. Over the last decade, Miami-Dade has changed the narrative pretty much over what an urban school district is able to achieve. During my tenure as CAO, we've reached a graduation high of 89%, being one of the poorest school districts in the country, really, with 75% of our students being economically disadvantaged. We've earned an A rating now for 3 years, and 99% of our schools are rated A, B, and C. All the while, we've been doing that while closing achievement gaps for English language learners and Black students since 2011 in half, and for students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged children by 2/3. On the operations front, I've led 2 very successful referendums. One in 2012, not knowing anything about running a campaign and achieving the goals of a referendum. I learned so much during that time, what it took to galvanize a community to be able to support the children in Miami-Dade, what you've all have been doing here for some time now, I think since 2002. The most recent one was in 2018. The first one in 2012 was primarily to help us with deferred maintenance that had occurred during the recession and our inability to bring our schools up to speed. That was a $1.2 billion referendum. The second one in 2018 was to help our teachers in terms of compensation, help raise the minimum starting salary for our teachers, as well as teachers in different parts of the pay scale. And that referendum, both of them passed with 70% approval from our community, even during the recession, which is quite a feat, I must add. And the second one brings in about $232 million annually for teacher compensation. When we were faced with the likely closure of schools, my team and I were asked to stand up an instructional continuity plan that I think has been heralded as one of the best in the country. We just finished developing the reopening plans and all of the models for Miami-Dade County come fall. I manage $400 million, both in grants and general fund, and I oversee the work of 1,200 employees. While we were doing distance learning, we were all doing that together simultaneously. I worked with our union leaders to develop not 1 but 2 letters of understanding to make sure that we could achieve what we wanted to achieve remotely with our students and make sure that they had the highest quality education possible during a very challenging time. These are extraordinary times which require Sarasota to select a leader that can step right into a crisis with little to no learning curve. Families and employees need to return to school safely, navigate financially harsh conditions that are sure to be in our very near future, and help rally the community in support of our greatest asset, its children. I believe I'm uniquely positioned to lead during these times, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Mrs. Brown?
And thank you for being here. Mrs. Cuerdo. My first question has to do with the personnel issues. What would you do if you had found a staff that had inappropriate social media posts, either about race or LGBT or another staff member or student?
Sure. Thank you for the question. And ma'am, if it's any easier to call me Marie, you're welcome to do so. So I would hope that one of the things that we did in Miami-Dade, now twice, I believe, we're in our second iteration of our acceptable use policy. So I think everything begins with very strong policy, the direction that the board sets for what is appropriate and inappropriate behaviors, both of students as well as staff. And so in the event that we would have someone post something what some would consider inappropriate, if our policy is one that clearly defines the behaviors, you've done some of this already in some of your policy work recently, that explains what is acceptable and not acceptable, as well as any punitive actions that might be taken for that type of behavior, then the answer to that question would be rather simple, right? Execute the policy. So I would hope that as a district, we would have a very sound acceptable use policy, and one that as an administrator and as your superintendent, I would execute.
Thank you. Give an example of how you have either collectively or collaboratively bargained on employee contract, and what's your philosophy on working with the union?
Sure. Actually, I wanted to say I think the union president in Miami-Dade was one of my letters of recommendation. Carla and I work very well in an informal capacity. I try to keep her and the leadership team in the union, and I'm speaking strictly of teachers' unions, but clearly there are other unions as well, and it would apply the same. We work very well in trying to make sure that if there's anything on the horizon that might be an issue or might be an impediment or a barrier to the employees that they serve, that they're aware, right? That she's aware and she's not blindsided, and we work together on kind of finding solutions, messaging, et cetera. So we've done a lot of work on a myriad of topics ranging from mandatory recess to homework requirements. Most recently, the distance learning piece was a big challenge for us. You know, how are we going to support our teachers? What are our expectations of teachers? How many hours are they going to be on? You know, what happens if a teacher is not providing instruction? And so laying out those parameters together is probably the most recent one that we've done together. We've also worked on recruit, retain, and reward, but I'm hoping maybe I'll get asked a question in HR around that and I can elaborate. But on specific strategies to retain, recruit, and reward highly effective teachers, particularly in schools that are hard to recruit highly effective teachers.
Thank you. What is your experience in facilities management and or construction or planning for growth?
So you would think she's a CAO, so she probably has no experience in that regard, but I would argue that I do have experience in that regard. Our current chief of staff was over facilities, Mr. Jim Torrens, and he was sitting in his role and I was sitting in my role during the passage of the first referendum. And so a lot of kind of complementary work between facilities and programming on where the needs were, and not only where the needs were in terms of growth, in terms of enrollment and shifts in enrollment between schools and regions in our district, but also shifts in academic offerings and where we were putting up a visual and performing arts, or where there was a need for visual and performing arts, or where there was a need for an autism center. And so building and planning for that was something that we did together. And then, of course, during the campaign, really doing a lot, for me, a lot of that work had to do with communicating and helping with the messaging to the community as to what specific projects were going to happen at in each neighborhood and in each school. Marketing that was a big piece of that. Developing a dashboard, so I'm over information technology, so we develop my staff develops all of the dashboards that are internal facing as well as outward facing, and so making sure that our taxpayers are able to see what our investments of their dollars and where they're going and whether they're on time and at budget or under budget. So that's part of the work that I've done with facilities and planning.
Thank you.
I can do one more if you'd like.
What's your experience working with the charter schools or magnet schools or private schools?
That's a great segue. So I'm going to do the one more on that question and this one as well together. So I'm over magnet schools, and so one of the planning portions of that is looking at programming through magnets and through choice and seeing where we're moving different magnets or building or emerging new magnets. I'm over the magnet program in Miami-Dade. 70% of our students are exercising choice of some sort. So they're either going to a school of choice like a magnet school, or they're participating in a particular strand or in an academy at a given school, which has a whole pathway leading up to maybe an industry certification or an international diploma, IB, Cambridge, et cetera. So magnet is a big part of my work. We received 192 Magnet Merit Awards from the Magnet Schools of America. They don't like us very much when we go to that conference. She's laughing, Bridget's laughing, but they don't like us very much because we take a lot of the awards. So we had 192 Magnet Merit Awards. We won the Grady Greer, I always say it wrong, Grady Greer Award for Magnet Sustainability, meaning we don't just pop up a magnet, but it continues to grow even after that seed money has been invested. And College Board also awarded us for equity and access in magnet programming. So I'm very, very proud of the work of Magnet. For charters, My team reviews all of the charter applications for the district. So any charter applications that come in are vetted for curriculum on the instruction side through my office. We provide feedback on that. We also support the charters in our district. They use not all of them, but the vast majority of them choose to use our pacing guides, all of our instructional pacing guides, our focus calendars. We share that with them. And I also oversee the district managed charter office. So we have charters that are managed operationally by the school district, and that falls in my umbrella. And Ms. Braun, I forgot the third bucket. Did you say a third? You said charters.
Oh, private schools.
And private schools. So a lot of the work right now that we're doing is with private schools around ERS, the stimulus dollars, CARES. And so we'll be responsible for purchasing over $11 million from the stimulus funds for our private schools. And that'll run through my shop, through Title I.
Well, one of the things, we're getting feedback or kickback on it is the number of charter schools and whatnot in Miami-Dade. But some of those schools are district charter schools that would really look more like a magnet school. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So we have about 6 charter schools. They're small, but they are charter nonetheless, but they don't have, there's a certain aspect of the work, of the body of work, that they feel that they need support, so they buy our services. So the district office has fees that we assess for these charters, and then they're basically contracting us to maybe do their bookkeeping, maybe to do some of their hiring, doing some of their instructional, their turnaround work, whatever work. It's almost like a menu that they select from, and then we support them in that manner.
Now
But it's a revenue for the district.
These are your these are your charter schools, or these are the charter schools that are from outside companies?
They have their own board, and their board is hiring a team, very small team that I have that will support that.
And there's 6 of those?
Right now, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And describe your ability to cultivate a disciplined, safe, and orderly school environment. Whether you talk about, using profanity on the school grounds, smoking, bringing guns to school, or, keeping them safe from COVID. You can go anywhere you want with that, a safe school environment.
So I was actually on a tour where I asked, and I had read something, but not enough, on a program that you have called the Civility Squad. I saw a banner, and I asked questions about the Civility Squad, and it seems very similar to a program that we have in Miami-Dade called Values Matter. So one of the things that I think great school districts like Sarasota and Miami-Dade do well is they communicate to students and to the members of our community what are our values as an organization, what does that look like, what behaviors embody or demonstrate those values. We try to live by those values and be models of those values and build it into the curriculum. And so it's very similar, the Values Matter campaign. Every month we celebrate a different value, so honesty, collaboration, etc., and excellence. And this year we started, maybe it started last year, a program partnership with the Dolphins, the Miami Dolphins. And so they're part of the greater Values Matter. And now it's Values Matter Miami, because it's out into the community, not just into the brick and mortar schools. Another thing that I'd like to mention for your question, to address your question, is the Student Code of Conduct. And so actually I have not looked at your Student Code of Conduct just yet, but when we redid our Student Code of Conduct in Miami-Dade, we kind of flipped classroom approach to the Code of Conduct. Instead of focusing on the infractions, we focused on it from the positive side. So these are the values that we espouse. These are actions that are not consistent with our values. And then, of course, these are the consequences. And so I think that having a really strong, again, policy at the central office, at the board level, and then having a really solid Student Code of Conduct, training our teachers and our administrators on how to utilize and implement the Code of Conduct, and then making it user-friendly for our parents, so parents understand what we expect from our students when they come to school, and our teachers. And And we've done some of that work also through the Parent Academy. I think you might call it the Parent University. And so we do it in multitude of languages, little videos that are age appropriate so that students understand.
Thank you. And explain your experience dealing with different programs, like in special education or federal programs like Title I or Career Tech or at-risk students.
Okay. So, well, I oversee all of those programs that you just mentioned. So our ESE, we'll start with ESE. I wrote them down so I don't have to come back and ask you again. Our exceptional student population, we have approximately 37,000 students that are exceptional students in Miami-Dade. That does not include our gifted population. We have about 42,000 students that are in gifted education, but under the umbrella, obviously they're both under exceptional student education. I oversee both of those. I oversee the IDEA grant, which is an $88 million grant in Miami-Dade. For me, that work is very personal to me. The work that I have such an amazing team in exceptional student education. I have great teams because they're listening, so I love them all. But exceptional student education is something that really takes a very special group of people to develop policy and to implement policy rather, and to support programs that are supportive of our students in ESE. And then that exceptionality or that group of students is really broad. They come with lots of different needs. So you have students that are deaf and hard of hearing, you have students that are visually impaired, and you have students that are autistic or students with specific learning disabilities. So really meeting the needs of each of those individual students is really important. My philosophy, so that I can narrow my answer on ESE, is really making sure that the student's IEP is being met, that those IEPs are being taken very seriously, that they're done in collaboration with the parents and the students in many cases, and that we are living up to our commitment in that individual education plan. And then the least restrictive environment, in my humble opinion, is where that child belongs, in his or her least restrictive environment. In Miami-Dade, we have increased our inclusion rate by 20 percentage points in just a few years. And that's because of the movement that we have had to include students, but not just to include them, but to include them in supportive ways, to make sure that the teachers understand how to meet the needs of those students, that the teachers have the supports that they need to have those students in their class. But I believe in my heart that that's one of the main levers for the two-thirds of our graduation rate gap being closed for those students, is including them in LRE. In Title I, the Title I program in Miami-Dade, almost every school is Title I, almost, with a 75% free and reduced lunch rate. It is a $172 million operation. I have an amazing assistant superintendent, who is me right now in front of that board today, and a great group of professionals doing that work as well. And ultimately, I was a Title I principal, so I know that work really, really well, and making sure that we're using our Title I dollars to complement the dollars that are already coming to that school to really optimize learning for our most fragile students. CTE is also under me. We work with the economic kind of driver entity in our community called the Beacon Council. They developed a kind of a blueprint for 10 years out, which is called One Community, One Goal. They identified 7 emerging business areas for our local economy. So whether it's hospitality and tourism, trade and logistics, aerospace, all of the different areas that then we turnkey into programs, so that we are making sure that we're creating pathways for students that might not go to college or might go to college, but that they have employability skills within a particular strand of those 7 industries, because we know they're going to get really great wages as an employee coming out of our schools. So they usually end up with industry certification or dual enrollment credit.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Ziegler? No, Mr. Robinson?
Ladies first, I'm fine with that. You want Bridget? Okay, yes ma'am. If you become superintendent, how would you define success?
I think that any superintendent would define success by meeting the metrics that the board and the superintendent and the community at large have set forth in a strategic plan. That's my opinion. So as a board and as the CEO, together we would engage the community, and this might be an answer to another question, but I'll do it now, in developing what are the goals of our organization. And then those goals would then have, if you peel back the onion, they would have definitive metrics, right? KPIs or objectives that are part of those bold goals that we set for ourselves, whether it's a graduation rate, whether it's a closing of the achievement gap by X, whether it's access to advanced academic programming, whatever this body and are informed by the community feel should be our North Star or our set of North Stars, in my opinion, would then be how I would measure my success. I'm really data driven.
Okay, so we all come to the table with our own preconceived notions.
Yeah.
So the board's going to come maybe with 5 goals.
Yeah.
Or, coalesce around one. Community's going to come out with their goals, but you as a superintendent are going to come to the table with goals that will evolve through the discussion.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm trying to find out, what goals will you initially come to the tables with?
I will come with a singular goal of student achievement, that everything will emanate and revolve around that singular goal of student achievement. And I don't want you to misunderstand my response. There's a role for operations in that. There's a role for food service in that. There's a role for teacher quality and hiring and retention. And there's a lot of peripheral goals, but my singular goal as a superintendent would be in continuing to move the bar as it relates specifically to student achievement in a district.
Okay. I think you mentioned this earlier and you wanted to ask this question, so I'm going to go ahead and lob it up to you.
Knock yourself out.
How you should be able to knock this out of the ballpark. How would you recruit and retain good staff, specifically teachers?
So thank you for the question. We did this a couple of years ago, primarily through Title I dollars, because our Title I schools were typically the hardest to staff. Not only the hardest to staff, but also almost like a revolving door. So we have a very robust, and I hope I'm able to share with you what that looks like, but a very robust turnaround program that it's basically part of our brand, and very successful. And that program services, for the most part, Title I schools. And so we would spend a lot of time and talent and money investing in developing high-quality professionals, whether they were support staff or teachers or leaders, assistant principals in those schools. And after having those enormous investments, many of them would want to leave, would get tired. And so we sat with the union, I sat with the union, and started thinking about how can we frame this with a supplement. It's a supplement to their compensation using Title I dollars and others, to give them incentive and so to stay. So we developed a framework which has both recruitment goals for schools. So if the teacher stays after X number of years, after 3 years, they get a chunk. Attendance, because we noticed that the teacher attendance in some of these schools was not to the level that we wanted it to be. So teacher attendance, I think they got like an additional $3,000 if they didn't miss any more than 5 days of school in a given year. Learning gains, because we recognize that these children primarily that they're serving, one of the reasons is that they're scared because they're teaching low-performing students and they think it's going to impact their evaluation and their compensation. So we found a way of including learning gains on the state assessment. If the learning gains were higher in that school, not in the teacher, in that school higher than the district average, which usually was in education transformation, they got a chunk of change. So teachers were able to get up to $11,500 more each year as a bonus. And so that was the plan that we developed.
So talking about teachers' pay, the state is kind of somewhat taken over the minimum pay somewhat. Mm-hmm. So can we talk about average pay for a moment? What would be your goal that you would strive to make the average teacher pay?
So I'm not going to avoid your question, Eric, but I would need more information to actually give you a direct answer, because I would want to study your pay scales and see where the distribution of teachers in your district and where they are. We know that we have now established as a state a minimum level for entry, and at least in Miami-Dade, we also are pretty aggressively attacking the more veteran teachers, and the teachers in the middle, at least in Miami-Dade, feel like there may be some room for improvement in their compensation. So I would want to see the distribution here in Sarasota before actually offering you a direct answer. But the truth of the matter is, teachers need to make a decent living, right? We don't want teachers to have to leave our classrooms and leave our children so that they can work a second job and then they don't have time for adequate planning, or because they can actually make more money, keep punching and putting in, medical records. And I've seen the full gamut, of wonderful teachers leaving their classrooms. So we need to be competitive. I think that there's an enormous appetite, not only at the state, but nationally. I think that the country has seen what teachers are doing, and that teachers are essential workers, and they're banging on our schoolhouse door. Let our kids back in, right? So I think that there is a growing understanding nationally that our teachers need to be compensated fairly.
They're professionals.
Absolutely.
So you talked about some of the supplements that you're giving out, and so historically it's been equalized funding. We try to be equal, and I was wondering what your thoughts on equitable funding. Funding based upon need.
So we're not talking compensation necessarily. We're just talking about equitable funding, correct? Or you're talking about compensation?
No, I'm not talking about compensation. I'm talking about funding,
Okay,
funding of the schools and the students.
That is the perfect question. I love that question. So we fund schools in Miami-Dade very unequally, and I say that with pride. One of the pieces of our theory of action is to put more resources where there's more need. The more need there is, the more investment we need. That's part of our Title I strategy, and I certainly utilized it as a principle for the improvement of my students and to the benefit of my students. But we have a very strong equity agenda in Miami-Dade. I want to say that a lot of that work is led directly by me, and I do believe that I do believe in equitable funding and not necessarily equal funding when you have students that just come to the schoolhouse door with huge gaps and they're not all coming with the same need.
So let's further explore the funding per student.
Sure.
So I'm sure your person is going to have a lot of goals. I'm sure the person is going to want to accomplish a lot of things. What would the average revenue per student be in order for you to accomplish those goals? How much do you think that you would need on average per student for you to be able to accomplish the goals that you have?
Well, again, I'm not going to give you a number. I know you want me to give you a number, but I will tell you that I think that
I'm only asking finance questions.
I know, and I appreciate them. I really think that I believe, and again, I haven't been here and sat with your CFO and been able to kind of digest all this, but from my perspective right now, without having gone through a deeper dive, I believe that you have adequate per pupil funding to meet all of the goals that you're setting out for yourself. I absolutely do think you have it. It's where this money is being spent, are they tied to the priorities? But I absolutely believe that, we're doing it with 6,000 and change in Miami-Dade. But we complement that, right? So I think one of our secret sauce, if you will, in Miami-Dade is our ability to leverage grants. And we leverage grants really, really well so that we can raise that level of funding, that per pupil funding for each child.
So we talked about revenue, we talked about the expenditures, but everything ends up in the fund balance. Fund balance goes up, fund balance goes down.
Yeah.
And so we have a range that we like to keep our fund balance. What would be the optimal range that you would want to see a fund balance at?
So I think that the board is very wise in being conservative. I know that your fund balance goal your threshold is 7.5, which is well above the state threshold, and I think it's smart. And now, looking back, right, in the middle of a global pandemic, probably really, really smart. But I know you're even much higher than that right now. And I think if the coronavirus has shown us anything, it's that business doesn't go on as usual. By nothing to do with us, just organically. So I believe that I think that you have a very sound reserve or fund balance right now. I think that I've read a lot of articles around, the interest to have it high or have it low, or I think that the fund balance is there for a rainy day, but I think that we have just witnessed a very, very rainy day.
now.
A very, very rainy day. It's a deluge, and so you're sitting back, looking back, going, "Wow, thank God that we have it where we have it," as opposed to many other districts across the state. Having said that, I still think that you can keep it where you have it, and even increase it over time. Maybe not in the short term, because the short term might be pretty dire, but I do think, from my perspective, very superficially looking at some of the budgets, I think that you have room for efficiencies currently in your budget.
So we can go out, and the main ways we can get external funding, meaning not from the federal government, not from the state, not from grants, external funding, would be from getting COPS bond funding, going out for a bond through referendum, or going out to a referendum for either for millage or for sales tax. When would you use each one of those? When would you do each one? What would be the criteria that you would use to decide?
Well, for the referendum, I think you really only go
There's two different referendums, the bonding and the, so.
Yeah, I would say for a bond, you really you would go out when you feel that you cannot maintain the level of high quality education that you set out for yourselves as a school district without going there after what you're getting from the state, which is not a whole lot, right? So you're carrying the burden financially for this district, and state budgets have been slowly decreasing over time, and the burden has shifted more locally. I think that as long as you're meeting, in your opinion, as a board, and our community is saying that we are providing a high quality education, you don't have to do that. Now, you do have to do that if you're not meeting those goals that you set out for yourself, but you also have to be cognizant of the capacity of taxpayers to do that. Like right now, if one were to ask that question, we would say absolutely not, because the capacity of our taxpayers right now is not favorable, and we don't know what that's going to look like down the road. And then as property values have gone up, you've been able to lower your millage over time, right? I think it's 6.943 or something like that. So it depends what the outlook is going to look like. I've heard a lot of you speaking about both property values and what's going to happen as a result of Corona or COVID, as well as sales tax collections. So it's kind of like something that we have to forecast out for and then plan. What was the other one? There was another one.
There was the COPS. When would you use COPS versus going out to borrow, a referendum to borrow?
I mean, I think that in our school district, our CFO, I mean, they've received countless accolades over the way that they manage their budget. And I think Mitzi is part of a pretty smart group of people that also provide not only the board, but the superintendent. And I do have to point a personal privilege, just do a shout out to that woman that has been so great at doing her job and this job. But I would lean on her really for some guidance and for direction.
We all lean on Mitzi.
That's right. Well, that's smart.
So what are your thoughts and experience on zero-based budgeting?
Oh, good question.
It's the only kind I ask.
Pardon?
It's the only kind I ask.
It's the only kind you ask? Okay. So in Miami-Dade, when I was a principal, we practiced zero-based budgeting. And I was actually talking to someone on my tour today, because back then, principals had a lot more to play with in their budgets than they have today. So I guess it probably made a lot more sense back then than it does now, but it's a legacy right now. That's just the way we do it. So we wipe out their budgets, and they have to buy from the, we have certain allocations, but then they have some discretion as to what they buy, and we also have some non-negotiables, like you have to have X number of counselors, you have to have whatever. But so that's how I balanced a budget, and that's how I created a budget as a principal and as an assistant principal for, how long did I do that? About 15 years. So I'm pretty familiar at the school side. I asked whether that had already happened at the schools, because I know that was relatively new, but what they explained to me is that you were starting centrally and then maybe going to schools, or maybe not, because the schools don't have a lot of wiggle room right now in their budgets. But I would also offer that if you're a Title I school, you actually have a little bit more money to make those decisions and to utilize your dollars, but you know that you have to balance. You know, you don't have enough money for a teacher. It's only half a teacher. How are you going to buy half a teacher? Do you need an itinerant? So I have some experience, most of it in that capacity at the school site level.
Thank you. I do want to point out, since we started, Chief Operating Officer Jody Dumas and Chief Academic Officer, your peer, Dr. Laura Kingsley, has joined us. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much for answering my questions.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin. Mrs. Ziegler.
I could have told you that. She said, you go next.
Okay. So thank you again for being here. One of the questions I'll be asking are more around the leadership styles and qualities, and if you can give us any examples in specific, that's always great. But can you describe your leadership style and the methods you have found to be most effective in supervision, building rapport with staff, and establishing a culture for your team, or in this case, for the district?
Sure. So I've done this in different capacities. Obviously, I've done this my favorite was as a principal. I must say that that's the best job I've ever had, is being a school site principal, and I loved it. But a lot of it is very similar, right? Just different teams, different sizes of teams. So I would say, if I would go back into my leadership, journals, I would say probably a distributive leadership style is what I have, and that's not to be confused with a delegatory kind of leadership skill or leadership approach. My team, I build very competent teams. If you ask my boss, the superintendent of schools in Miami, and if you ask him what is her greatest asset, I believe, and we haven't had this conversation, but I can probably bet my bottom dollar that he would say she creates and manages exceptional teams. Like that's my lane. I look for folks that complement one another, that are not afraid to take risks, folks that can handle, not from me necessarily, but from one another, pushback and challenging your thinking. I need people to challenge my thinking on my team as well. I welcome that. That took a while with my latest team, and we did we do retreats every summer. I'm the only cabinet member that has retreats where we go back, we look at the strategic plan, we look at the metrics that we set out for ourselves, we do our own professional development, we set our vision academically for the school year. So I think that I like to grow people and groom people, and I can tell you right now, sitting here right now, that there are at least 3 direct reports that can walk right into my position tomorrow, or today rather, because they're in it right now, and be better than I am, more effective than I am, and I think that's demonstrative of my leadership style.
And as a thank you for that. As a follow-up, particularly because Miami-Dade is the 4th largest school district, is that right, in the country?
Yes.
So when you think of central office and then the trickle down,
Yes.
and since you were a principal, I mean, can you talk to how is that leadership? Because there's quite a bit of a line there, and making sure that goes all the way down throughout the district.
Thank you for that question. You asked to try to be specific, so I'll give you a little example. We had our accreditation visit. All these years are going to blend in my head. So maybe 2 years ago, Advanced Ed, now Cognia, came and did our accreditation. It's the largest accreditation they do, I think, in the world. And when they gave us our feedback, when we sat with the superintendent and the cabinet and board members and listened to the results of the accreditation visit, the one thing that stuck with me was the chairman that led the project says to me, "You guys are huge and you feel so small." And I thought that was the greatest compliment. And when I asked him, I said, "Can you elaborate? Like, what does that mean? What do you mean by that?" And he said, when I visited schools, and they visited I don't know, I want to say 800 classrooms. It's crazy. Over the course of 3 days. I managed that as well. They saw very consistent systems, very consistent initiatives, the way that teachers and support personnel and principals and parents and students, because they had focus groups in all of the different areas, they were all kind of singing the same tune, right? And so I think that that's a testament to the work of that trickle down, right? Another anecdote that I do all the time is I have kind of like a kitchen cabinet of advisors, folks that I kind of grew up with in my career, or that I brought through the ranks that were teachers that are now principals and assistant principals and district leaders. And so I'll call them, like right when we were doing, I haven't said this publicly, but I will admit it, when we were about to publish our instructional continuity plan, I had 4 different principals and assistant principals that were texting me because I was sending them drafts. And I'm like, take a look at this. Are we crazy? What would this look like? And so they're giving us feedback, and just staying connected to that in a very large urban school district is really hard. Mm-hmm. And the last thing I'll say about that, and I'm so happy I remembered because I would be so upset at myself, is the student voice as well. So making sure that students are part of the feedback that we need to do our work adequately, that we're not just like, this is the best thing for kids, but we're not asking kids or involving kids.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the detail. What is your greatest professional disappointment, and what did you learn from it?
My greatest professional disappointment, and what did I learn from it? It's not a disappointment
I don't know if it has to
as
be
much as a
professional.
regret. Can it be a regret?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'll do a regret. So I was in a pipeline program, and I feel like I've been groomed by Miami-Dade ever since I was a teacher. Like I had a principal that said, you need to go get your master's degree and you need to go into ed leadership, and then he gave me leadership roles at the school, and I kind of just have mirrored that for others in my career. And I did that, and then I was in an administrator, principal preparedness program for the district, preparing me for principalship as well. And I was an assistant principal for 10 years. I felt probably in year 5 that I was like ready. Like, what are y'all waiting for? I'm ready, I can do this. I was excited. I had 2 children already, 6 and 8. And I had waited 10 years for a promotion. I was promoted, I was in a doctoral program, so the district had actually selected me to participate in a doctoral program that they paid for. We still do that now. And there was a cohort of us in the program, and I was thrilled to be back in school because school is my happy place. So I was taking classes, I finished all my coursework, I took my comps, and then I became pregnant at a mature age. And I was also, my supervisor thought that it was the most opportune time to make me finally a principal. So I walked into a new school building at 36 weeks pregnant, something like that. I gave birth on FCAT day. I'll never forget as long as I live. And then I had to finish my dissertation. And so one of the biggest regrets that I have is that I decided at that point in time that I'd ultimately go back, but it was best for not only the baby that I was having, but also the 800 babies that I was inheriting in my first principalship. And so I kind of have that regret that I haven't done that and I haven't gone back.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
How do you, so there's 2 ways I can go. How am I on time?
Okay.
I'm going to go to, walk me through your communication style and what role do you believe communication has on being an effective leader?
So I truly believe that communication is probably the most important competency that a leader would have in a multitude of roles, but particularly in a superintendent role. I think that I don't think lots of folks would argue with me if I said that I work for one of the most, I've been in a master class of communications for 11 years. And I've had a front row seat to that. And I've learned so much about conveying a message, about what you say and how you say it and when you say it is your brand. You're not only your own personal brand, but it's also the brand of the organization or the school district that you work for. I've learned initially begrudgingly, 10 years ago, a decade ago, begrudgingly. I didn't think it was a great idea, and I regret that. That's another regret. But my boss taught me very early on, before most of us had caught on, that social media was a really good way of communicating to the masses. And I was very hesitant back then, and he's proven me wrong. We use social media quite a bit. not only to push messaging out, but also to get information in. So we'll have, and I think it's particularly important now during a quarantine or during a pandemic, to utilize social media to get that information. I know you all are doing surveys from your parents for reopening. I would want to have town hall meetings, but if you can't have them in person, have them through Twitter. Have a Twitter town hall, have focus groups, use technology really as your kind of your driver for that. So I think communications is super important, and I think not only being able to formulate a message, but to really be consistent, and then your actions are demonstrative of those same messages that you're putting out, that you're walking the talk.
Very good. And I got one more. Am I done? I should have my stopwatch going on.
Go ahead.
I wanted to, just because I'd asked this of everyone, and I referenced COVID-19 and what the future looks like and how those decisions, but ultimately in any leadership position, but particularly a superintendent, there's a myriad of challenging obstacles that'll be before you where there does not seem to be any clear path. And certainly, just talk me through what that process would look like. You can use COVID-19 as an example. I know there's lots of people who are particularly, concerned or thinking about that, but you can use something else, another challenging situation that just shows what your process is.
So I'll share with you my process, and it's pretty applicable across different, you're right, it's applicable across different scenarios. So for us, one of the things we like to do is we like to do a lot of prototyping. We also like to do a lot of simulations and modeling to see staging different scenarios. So even when school closures were kind of like on the horizon, and everybody's walking around the central office going, the sky is falling, what are we gonna do? Like, are we gonna close schools? Are we really gonna close schools? Like, when we were having those conversations, our team was in a huddle, and we were just kind of running through different scenarios. So we would prepare for, in this case, we would prepare for a short-term closure of schools. We would prepare, which we did, that was called the Instructional Continuity Plan. At the time, we didn't call it 1.0, but it was 1.0. Then that was supposed to be a short, maybe 2 weeks. And then it became very evident quite quickly that it was gonna be maybe the whole semester. So iterating from that, what are lessons learned here, where are weaknesses, where are our vulnerabilities, and then developing Instructional Continuity Plan 2.0. That's why I referenced 2 LOUs, because they were kind of 2 different sets of working conditions. And so logistics, I love logistics. I love logistics. I don't know why, I just do. So the logistics of staging all of our equipment. So I kind of am a really logical thinker. I use, in my head, I'm running decision trees all the time. That's just the way I think. Our reopening plan, one of the slides is a logic model. I literally wrote it on a board, and it became one of our slides. But so scenarios. So in this case, what percent of I know you're surveying parents, 20% of the parents are saying they want to keep their child at home, at least now, right? Maybe that'll change, those conditions are changing. Mm-hmm. So do we have a plan to continue to get a feel for our parents for moving forward? Because it's not going to be static, right? If we don't have, a certain percent of parents choosing to go virtual, and we have let's say we have 80% of the kids returning to the schoolhouse, can we keep the students 6 feet apart? And where can we and where can't we? What schools can we, what schools can't we? So modeling and setting up these scenarios, I think is just my natural tendency, so that we're ready and we can pull the trigger once any one of those scenarios manifests itself.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Contingencies.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Goodwin. Mrs. Goodwin.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to have you here. I'm going to ask a series of questions about instructional excellence. And the first one is, what experience do you have developing programs designed to increase the academic achievement levels of at-risk students?
Okay. Where do I start? Let's see. So my first teaching assignment, unbeknownst to me, was to teach in, they called it the SARP program, which was the Students at Risk program. So these were students that, back then, they would probably be called potential dropouts. So that group of students became very near and dear to my heart. And we actually got to a point where we were competing with the traditional kids in the school, academically, extracurricularly, and really kind of building relationships between those two sets of students. In addition to that, I was made principal. When I was appointed principal, I was appointed to a school that had been a D. It had not met any of the provisions of No Child Left Behind. It was very low performing. It was, I forget now, but maybe 83% free and reduced lunch, very poor. It was in the neighborhood that I had grown up in, so it was nice to be back in that neighborhood and serving those students. And more than the majority of the students were English language learners, so lots of challenges there. And through many of the things that I've shared with you today, whether it's developing the right team, looking for efficiencies, capitalizing on Title I dollars, using logistics and logic models, but kind of through all of that, we were able to move the school pretty quickly into first a B, and then it earned 3 consecutive A's. When we got to the A, we didn't care about the A. We wanted more points, right? More points on the A. So we did that. Every year, we got a higher level or higher points on the grading scale. And the greatest achievement at the end was the fact that we met 100% of No Child Left Behind. Nobody was doing that. Like, there was no schools with those demographics that was doing that. And it got to the attention of the Commissioner of Education at the time, Mr. Eric Smith. And they came to visit. It was towards the end of the year. We had already done our closing of school faculty meetings, so teachers were starting to take their bulletin boards down, kind of finishing up the year. And I said, you all have to put everything back up. This gentleman is here to see your work. Like, you need to show off. This is your time to shine. And so they did. And he told me that he was on a tour to kind of learn lessons learned so that they could then take those lessons across other schools. It's an elementary school across the state. The next day I was offered a job in school turnaround. So it was very hard to kind of leave the school that I loved, the school that was my family. I felt very at home there. It was my happy place. But I did because I knew that in this other capacity, I was going to be able to affect students in 3 counties. So South Florida was my region. I had a team that was doing turnaround. And when we finished, I mean, I was there for a year. And in 1 year, I want to say that we had 73% of the schools improve a letter grade by 1. We had like 30 to 40% of the schools improve their letter grade by 2. And we had 2, these are all DNF schools, and we had 2 F schools that became an A in 1 year. So I would subscribe to you that I think I know that body of work really, really well. And I could write a book about what those chapters and what that body of work looks like in the theory of action. I'd love to share it with you when we have a little bit more time, but I love that work.
What role can a superintendent play in improving the graduation rate for the district? Please provide examples of strategies that you've used to improve graduation rates.
Sure. Well, our graduation rate, as I mentioned, is at an all-time high. It's at 89%. And I'll tell you some of the strategies that we've employed. The first is always alignment to standards, right? So we want to make sure that our textbooks, that all the materials, that the professional development, all the resources that we're providing teachers are perfectly aligned to the standards, because that's what the students, number one, that's what the state of Florida wants and has as an expectation for our students to be proficient in. And number two, that's tied to their diploma. They're going to take assessments that are tied to the standards. So alignment to standards, it's very cliche, but I can go into great detail about how do you align all of those things to standards. But that's your number one lever. Aligning resources where there's greatest need, as I mentioned to Mr. Robinson, is another, for us, very important strategy in making sure that we improve our graduation rate. We also have in Miami-Dade, this is a part of our brand now. We have a process we call Datacom or Datacom. You may have heard of it. You can Google it. Lots of districts across the country, actually, and some from other parts of the world, have come to observe Datacom in progress. And what Datacom is, it's not unique to us. We kind of stole it, like, good teachers kind of steal good ideas from one another. And we took it from New York, from Rudy Giuliani, when he was doing CompStat, when he was looking at metrics around crime and criminality in the city and trying to bring those crime statistics down. This is not related to violence or crime, obviously. This is related to student achievement. So what we've done is we've developed a pretty nuanced and very sophisticated process where all of our principals in all of our schools that are lowest performing, the lowest 25% of our schools, we tier all of our schools in Miami-Dade. And that tiering also leads to the different allocation of extra resources that they receive. So if you're a tier 3 school, you're the most among the most fragile schools, and you'll get support from the district office, whether it's instructional support, supervisors, coaches that are coming into the classroom to support the teachers, extra materials, etc. And so those principals are brought in. I just got an invite for one in August. We have 3 to 4 of these datacom sessions every year. And what we do is we have pretty powerful Power BI dashboards that are tracking metrics in all of those schools. So when we say, I love to say, that data is our superpower in Miami-Dade, and data is our superpower. I actually visited your data folks maybe an hour ago. And what we're able to do is really have with a very clinical eye, down to the student level, from the central office and the group of schools to the school, to the classroom, to the student level, really look at what are the gaps that are occurring. And then we mitigate towards those gaps. We have interventions, we have programming, we do coaching, we have all kinds of support in the classroom, and then we progress monitor. So we use iReady. I think you all use iReady as well to progress monitor our kinder through 8th grade students. And we have district developed interim assessments that happen pretty routinely, it's not like a high stakes test, it's just part of the teacher's assessment tools, and we track how each school is doing relative to the district average. And so we shift. It's very tactical. That's why I say I love logistics, because if we see a school is at or above that district average, then we may shift our resources to a school that's all of a sudden trending in a different manner, and we can do that pretty quickly. So that's one of the things. And then the last thing I'll say, and there's so much in that question, we have really worked really hard we have a graduation tool that we developed where we train school site administrators on tracking all of the graduation requirements in their cohort of students, so that no child is like an afterthought, like, if only he had taken the ACT or the SAT in that administration, if only we had enrolled him in a test prep, if you will, for ACT, or if only we would have paid for the tests because he didn't have the money. So we try to avoid all of those if-onlys by planning. We have, through philanthropy, a partnership with one of our biggest developers in the city. And one of the things that they were doing now was how we were going to develop a boot camp for students strictly for the SAT, working with the College Board and working with the Khan Academy. And so we were bringing Khan to those kids and having them kind of work their way through the modules, but specific to their needs. And those are the kind of strategies that have helped graduation, as well as inclusion for ESC students in their graduation as well.
What do you believe are the essential components of effective professional development, and how do you provide time for teachers to engage in such learning?
So PD, so for professional development, a couple of things. I can attack this in different ways. We, as I mentioned before, we're pretty good about maximizing grant opportunities. And so all of our grants have a very robust professional development component to it. But we're running that PD. So academics, my office is the one running all of that PD. We also leverage our Title II grant to maximize our professional development, and we have a lot of dollars in there for teacher stipends, so teachers can have time to develop themselves. I've looked a little bit I've actually asked some of your staff members what the beginning of school looks like here. I understand you have 5 days. We don't have 5 days. I'm very jealous. We have less days. But one of the things that we do, which has become very popular, is something called Synergy. And so Synergy, which has become a brand unto itself, is a very large convening of all of, every school has a leadership team of 5 that they bring to Synergy. And we basically roll out what are the big non-negotiables or the focus of instruction that year. And so we'll develop the leadership staff so that they can then turnkey that development at their school sites and make it their own. And most of them do make it their own. For one of the couple of key that I can think of off the top of my head, like different foci over the years, one has been mental health. Another one has been organizational culture, the culture of a school. This year, definitely it's going to be distance learning and kind of supporting them on that. So and they develop their school improvement plans during this process as well. So it's kind of the onboarding of the year. It's very important, back to Ms. Ziegler's question on communication, because that's a huge nod to like what is important to us this year, right? And so highlighting that and kind of leading that work is part of Synergy. But it's really one of my favorite things in terms of my portfolio is the professional development.
I can tell. When students return in the fall of 2020, if we do, what would your recommendations be for helping both students and staff address and reverse the COVID-19 slide?
Well, I'm glad you asked that question. Typically, folks would think that I would immediately go to the academics, which is my nature. I would immediately go directly to where are the gaps, how do we fill them? Where are the gaps, how do we fill them? But I feel, because it's happened to all of us, it didn't just happen to the kids, right? I feel, and to our teachers, I feel that we have a lot of work to do in connecting as humans to one another. And part of to your professional development question, a lot of the professional development that we're currently developing is on selecting those essential standards, right? And kind of, I hate to use the word whittling down, but focusing more, having a more narrow curriculum and looking at those standards that are absolutely essential and doubling down on those standards and and helping teachers, how to plan for that. How do you plan for that? What are those standards? What does that look like in a classroom? But before, and I think I said this in a video, and I actually want for the record to say that I said this in a video, and a week later, I read it in something you all put out. And I was like, it was not the inverse. And it's Maslow always comes before Bloom, always. And I think I read it in your reopening plan, maybe? I read it somewhere recently. And I'm like, darn, they're gonna think that I ripped that off their reopening, but I didn't, because Maslow does come before Bloom. And so teachers are gonna come and they're gonna be fierce about filling that gap. I am fierce about filling that gap. I've done webinars and conferences online telling people across the country the widening of the achievement gap that we're gonna have, and it terrifies me. But it can't terrify me to the point where I'm paralyzed and strictly focusing on that, because I think that kids need to come to school and feel safe. The teachers need to come to school and feel safe. They need to start building relationships, and then the rest will follow.
I'm so glad you said that.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
My area is board staff, pardon me, and community relations. I think I should do that too.
Cheers.
What are your ideas about engaging families who are inexperienced with participating or have negative experiences with education? How would you support your staff to successfully and respectfully reach out to such families?
Great question. So I'll go back to when I was a principal, and then I'll take it up to the central office. As a principal, I actually used my Title I dollars for a lot of this, for a lot of the parental engagement piece. I hired a community involvement specialist that would actually go out to homes of students that were not attending, that were truant from school, and try to build that bridge. Additionally, I wanted to make sure that our families felt welcome. And it's really tricky. Post-Parkland, it was tricky, and now it's even trickier in this situation to have warm, welcoming schoolhouses amidst a pandemic. But I think parents need to feel welcome. And we do that in a myriad of ways. You do that by making sure that the folks in the central office, in the front office of the school, speak multiple languages if that community services students that speak different languages. You do that by having parents and community members alike, business folks as well, have access to you as a leader, whether you're a principal or an assistant principal or the CEO, making sure that folks feel that they can reach you and that you're responsive. Because sometimes there's a difference between having access to you and actually being responsive. I think that's vitally important. I think communications plays a big part of this, whether it's an email. We are very proud of the fact that we have very high expectations of ourselves, even in this time of great volume and distraction, of making sure that everyone gets a phone call returned, making sure everyone gets an email returned. That's just in part of the culture of the organization that I'm in. Sometimes it seems daunting when you have 300,000 students, 350,000 students, but it can get done if you have systems in place to do that. Whether it could be someone coming to you, to a board member, a constituent that has a concern. I'd be interested in knowing what are the systems in Sarasota for the chair, the vice chair, or any one of the board members to kind of tee up to the administration, hey, I have this issue going on in one of my schools. What are the systems for that? And if there aren't any, let's talk about building some so that we can keep record. I'm big on data, so we can actually keep a record of maybe this is a problem, because it's not the first time we hear it. We've heard it now 12 times, or we've heard it now 20 times. And I like to look at that as well. In the central office, I have the largest portfolio in the districts. I have a lot of very broad responsibilities. And then on top of that, I feel like I serve as a thought partner to the superintendent on a myriad of issues that have nothing to do with my bureau. But I fought tooth and nail to have the Parent Academy report to me. So I wasn't trying to take things off my plate, which if you saw the volume of work that we do, you would think, okay, that's fine, that's fair. I actually wanted it, and he said, you're gonna take this on? I said, please give it to me. Please just give it to me, because I felt that there was room for improvement. And we have 3 people in that office, and I urge you to go to the parentacademymiami.org and look at the work that these folks are doing in terms of training parents, both virtually as well as face-to-face when we were in face-to-face, creating conversation openers for their families to have at home in multiple languages, whether it's on race, whether it's on coronavirus, whether it's on anxiety, mental health, drug addiction, e-cigarettes, you name it, on a myriad of topics. So we're trying to empower our parents and teach our parents to help us teach their children. And we've just gotten rave feedback from that, and that's something that I would want to continue to do in any capacity in any district that I would be working in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'd like to go back to something about the magnet and the charter schools that I heard. My understanding from an article that I read was that there was an area in Miami-Dade that needed a school, and you didn't have the funds to build it, so you had hired somebody from the outside to build it, and then they bill you back for the services for lunch, transportation, professional development. So would you call that school, I believe you call that a charter school?
I would need to know what school you're referring. Oh, you're talking about probably the Doral, in the Doral. So we have a municipality. We have 34 municipalities in Miami-Dade. And we had a municipality that partnered with the district because it was booming. The population was booming. It's a developer, and has a lot of homes going up in that area. And so they wanted to build a school. And we, of course, wanted the school to be on Miami-Dade County Public Schools. So it is a very nice partnership in that they paid. We didn't pay a penny to build that school. It is our school. So it's our curriculum, our teachers, and it's a fantastic public-private partnership in our district, and we're really proud of them. The students are doing really well, and they just opened another campus.
Well, this school had something to do with they would purchase professional development from you
That's possible.
and transportation, but if that was your school.
That's district managed. That's not the school that I'm referring to. I'm sorry. That is a district managed. That's one of the 6 examples that I gave Ms. Brown. So it's a charter, but they don't have the capacity, and I can't remember which one it is exactly, but they won't have the capacity to maybe do food service. So they'll pay us, and we'll do satellite service of food for them. They don't have the capacity maybe for transportation. So they'll pay us. And it's revenue coming into the school district that then is distributed throughout the entire school district. It doesn't go to the charter. And we're helping the charter with whatever facets of the work they're unable to execute.
Is that something you promote?
Actually, it was something that, it was an idea that the superintendent had. You know, he has lots of ideas. I hear you chuckling. He has lots of ideas. I wish you could have seen us when we were in the boardroom, in the conference room, and he came up with that idea. We were very hesitant. We didn't think that, we just didn't even understand it. We couldn't wrap our heads around it. We now know a lot of districts that are doing district managed charters, but we thought it was just so foreign. He thought that it would be a way of increasing revenue to the district and even enticing kids back into the traditional school, seeing the services that we're providing. And yeah, so we did it. It went to the board. It was something that the board wanted to do, and so we executed. But it's not something that, it's not one of like our product rollouts, like we're looking to open new ones. We're only being responsive if there is a charter that is interested in that. It's not something we market and seek on our own.
How many charter schools do you have?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't oversee the charter schools, so I don't want to lie to you, but quite a bit. Quite a bit.
I know you have quite a few, but I don't remember the number.
I don't remember.
And one other thing I'd like to ask you, and that is...
Many more than you, several times over, and many for profit.
You talk about Miami-Dade being an A school, and you were talking about it being an A school when you have, and no F schools. But at that time, you had an I school that became an F school. Mm-hmm. And that F school became an F school before you submitted your letter, but yet your letter says that you had no F schools. So I'd like to know what happened there.
Sure. I don't know, I can't tell you exactly the timing.
I can.
Have to check, but I will tell you a little what I'm able to tell you publicly about that school. That school is under investigation. It has been under investigation for several years. It has a very small N count, so there's very few students in that school, so any kind of deviation can have a huge impact in the school, and the state is currently looking at whether or not that school will remain an I because of that. I mean, it's a very tiny little group of 4th grade students from 2 years ago, and they can't come to a conclusion in their investigation, but that sits outside of my office. But that school is part of our portfolio of schools, obviously, and it was an I, and I knew it was an I. Like, there was no question that it was an I because we had been in conversations with the Commissioner of Education. My superintendent had been in conversations with the Commissioner of Education.
But it was an F school when you were saying you had no F schools.
No, it might be on the website. I don't know where you're seeing the F.
April 6th.
But it's gone back and forth. So I think the state, if I recall correctly, and I'd have to look at the timeline, the state had given it an I. It had been an I. Then the state changed it to an F automatically because a school cannot be an I 2 years running. So it's programmatically, they don't want to have a school have 3 I's. You can't do that in the state of Florida. So programmatically, the school was reverted into an F. And then Mr. Carvalho has spoken to the Commissioner of Ed, and they're still going on with the investigation. So the Commissioner of Ed, or the FDOE actually switched it back in their website back to an I. So the school hasn't changed. Nothing has changed in the school. It's just that they now are looking at, because of the elimination of the state assessment this year, that they might just be able to keep it as an I, which is what it is, because there's no conclusion to this investigation, as opposed to triggering it to a default F because there was no state assessment this year.
Well, there was something that I read that on April 6th it was marked as an F. Mm-hmm. On May 29th, you stated you had no F schools.
You might be looking at my resume, maybe. I'm not sure what you're looking at, but I mean that we didn't have any F schools, and I still submit to you that we don't have any
Okay.
F schools in Miami-Dade. Yeah.
Okay.
But if it ends up being an F, I will certainly be the first one to say.
No, it
"Oh,
was
we had
just
an F
curious to
school."
me because it's all over that
It's just
we have no F
crazy.
schools, and this came up to me that it was an F school. So,
I've been in that school, and I can tell you that I've been to many schools, and that school is not an F school. It's a situation that's unfortunate. It's being investigated, and it has such a little tiny end count that it's kind of very difficult for the Department of Ed to kind of make a final decision.
could you describe a time when you have had to choose between driving a plan forward or pausing to listen and learn?
Yes, I can.
What did you do?
I'll tell you what I did. So I mentioned earlier that we have annual retreats. My bureau has annual retreats. And we look at data. That's one of the first things we do is really take a deep dive in our data. And over the course of the years, this was probably my third retreat maybe, where we kept seeing the data for middle school proficiency in English language arts and in mathematics continue to kind of go down. In addition to that, enrollment was going down. So none of the metrics were like where we wanted them to be. The school culture surveys were down. So student satisfaction with the schools were down as a general group of middle schools. And so we said, we need to do something about this. And we did. We started developing a plan, and my team is very they'll develop a plan, they'll set up a list of objectives, action steps to be taken, timelines, person responsible, and let's get it done. We're the get it done team, right? That's what we want to do. And so we started looking at literature, looking at research, kind of diving deeper into the data, and we thought we had the answers, and I just wanted to get it done. I kept telling the board, we're doing middle school redesign. And you can look a lot of this work up. Middle school redesign is like a thing in Miami-Dade. We're doing middle school redesign. We're going to redesign our middle schools. Our kids are going to be happy. Our enrollment is going to go up. Our families are not going to be opting to K-8s because we had a lot of migration from from middle schools to K-8. All of these things are going to happen. And we started kind of started I don't want to say going in circles, but we didn't have forward movement, right? And so coincidentally, I had gone to the Stanford School of Design Thinking, coincidentally, and I had just learned the principles of design thinking. And design thinking, if you don't know what it is essentially solving for a problem, it's really about an experience. So how are you designing for a particular experience? This is what you want it to look like. And how do you plan for that? And so what it involved is something that I wasn't very comfortable with, which was frequently going back to the table. So reiterating. So one of the principles of design thinking is build a prototype, gather information, gain empathy for the people or the folks that are in that context, the students, the teachers, the families, get a lot of information, gain empathy, understand what the issue is at hand, and then design for improvement. So prototype what your improvements would be, and it was such a beautiful experience. We had student focus groups, we had kids that, I'll show you one day maybe, videos of kids telling us how they feel when they come to school, what they think their teachers think of them, what they would love to see at the school if they had a magic wand, just really, and we had them in a closed room with a camera and open-ended questions, and we just filmed them like Big Brother. And when we showed that to teachers and leaders and to the cabinet, people were crying, we got to do something about this. And so what it involves is doing different iterations of those prototypes and seeing the results. We've actually, so for me, it was it's taking too long. I don't want to go back to the drawing board. I wanted just to kind of go through it. And what ended up coming out of it was something very beautiful that had student voice, that had teacher voice, that had buy-in from everyone. It took us 2 years. We found a grant. The Title IV grant pays for most of this. We've been able to add a plethora of electives to the school day. We've been able to open the school library up early in the morning, late in the afternoon for kids that don't have computer access. We've been able to have add transportation, busing, so that kids can participate in sports. They couldn't participate in sports because they had to get on the school bus and go home. The things that we learned from that experience, it wasn't as fast as I would have wanted it to be, but I'm so very glad that we took a pause and we kind of reset ourselves and used design thinking.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Now you have 5 minutes to summarize, but also before that, is there any additional information that you would like to share with the board? And do you have any questions for the board members?
I think I'll have time tomorrow. I know it's been a very long day for all of you, and I think tomorrow we'll have, she chuckles, I think tomorrow we'll have time to have one-on-one, and I'm really looking forward to the one-on-one conversations. I just want to reiterate again that it feels so right. I know that doesn't sound very scientific, and but it just does. I feel very welcome here, and that whole notion of what they said to us, you're a very large district, but you feel small. You're by my perspective, through my lens, you're small and you feel small. You're just, I love the fact that, and I think I wrote this in a letter, maybe in a video, that you all refer to staff by first names, that you know who they are. That's just like so novel to me. That you know the principals at your schools, that you have those relationships, and I'm sure that I know that you don't all always get along, and that's fine. We don't all have to always get along. I do believe that everyone here is in it for the right reasons, and that's the children of Sarasota County. And I think we need to double down on those things that we agree on, right? And just really focus on those things and do the best we can for kids. But other than, I do have a written statement. I'll probably refer to it because I'll kick myself if I forget to say something, which sometimes happens. But I just really honestly want to thank you for your hospitality. Everyone has been great. Even some of your foundations have sent packages, like little welcome bags and letters, just very, very welcoming, and you should be very proud of the culture that you've established in your community, really. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today and to have these important conversations about how together we can achieve great things and emerge from this global health crisis stronger, better, and re-energized to serve the children and families of Sarasota County. The months ahead may appear daunting, but together, working alongside our district employees and all of our stakeholders, we can show the Sunshine State what a resilient, determined, and student-centered district is able to accomplish. As a lifelong educator, I have the experience, the expertise, and the outcomes to lead Sarasota County Public Schools and engage students, families, teachers, school administrators and staff, district staff, and the community at large to ensure that all students, whether they live in Venice or Northport or Sarasota or Longboat Key, are all getting the highest level of education, quality education that they deserve. Upon being selected as your superintendent, I will hit the ground running. My days will be very long, and my evenings will certainly be very occupied. I will share with you my 100-day plan, which will consist of visiting every school within the first 3 weeks. I think I can do it in 2, but I don't want to overcommit. I'd rather undercommit and overdeliver. And beginning the process of engaging all stakeholders in the development of a strategic plan that will lay out milestones, which we will collaboratively accomplish through transparency and accountability. We will hold ourselves accountable to that. We will enable our teachers to continue to work in safe, supportive, and professional environments that are conducive to students receiving a world-class education and supportive of the whole child. And you asked me if there was something that I had forgotten or wanted to add, and I do want to add that reading a lot of articles and getting to know your district during a little bit of research that I was able to do on my the side while I was doing my job. One of the things that resonated with me was the supports that we are providing children in Sarasota, like the whole child, the focus on the whole child. Mm-hmm. I come from a district that we do the same, but because we have such great challenges, oftentimes we have a very laser focus around academics singularly, because we're just trying to improve proficiency and learning gain. You all are doing an exceptional job around the whole child, whether it's your MTSS, your PBIS, the support teams that you have in the school sites, I think that, and the arts, I think shows that you're looking at that entire little being and not just up here. When the schoolhouse door opens in August, our children will be returning different than when they left us. Many will return with widening learning gaps. They might be scared. They may have lost some of their self-discipline. They will need us. They'll need us to reassure them, to comfort them, to support them, and to believe in them. And so will our staffs. Our schools must be their happy place. But let me make something very, very clear. I don't have all the answers. I'm not coming to you with a set of preconceived solutions, but I can assure you that I will be steadfast in my commitment to Sarasota County, and I will be relentless in my work ethic, and I will listen. I will listen to you. I will listen to our stakeholders. I will learn, and I will lead. I opened my conversation earlier today talking a little bit about my mother. My mother taught me to be unwavering in all that I set out to do, to face adversity head on, to not cower when faced with extraordinary circumstances or challenges. As a mother, I hope to pass that lesson on to my 2 daughters, and as a woman leader, I hope to inspire little girls throughout Sarasota to do the same. I look forward to serving the children and families of Sarasota County as we plan not to return to the new normal, but to the new possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right. That concludes our meeting for today.
You are correct, Dr. Kingsley. You are correct, Dr. Kingsley.